Hello everyone, welcome back to the ESL Eternal Super League week number 8. Thanks everyone for tuning in. This week's is gonna, play a big role in determining the final standings you'll be seeing at the end of next week. You can already see there is quite a situation here with two people tied on 27 points, two people on 24, a few other people down just below. Lots of matches have been played. Some people have to play a few more games. Some people almost won't have to play after today. Someone won't have to play after today. But don't worry, you won't be hearing that much from me tonight. You'll be hearing from two people who definitely know a lot more. In one corner, we have, the runner, the one trying to fight off corporations, the one you want to rely on in this, it's a classic cyberpunk universe. You need someone to stand on your side. So in this corner, you have your choom, the shroom, a narco.
I wondered where you were going with that. Hello. It's a narco.
And
Great to be live again.
in the other corner, evil incarnate, the corpo, the whiz of eternal. If you're playing the format, you're basically just living in the world of Warlock.
Hello, people. I'm happy to be handling the format we're playing today. There was a lot more of an interaction than I expected. I'll be honest.
Gotta find something new. It's like I don't get to stream this often, so gotta make it count.
Man's got to take his chances,
Yeah.
All right. So, I already mentioned, the last week's standings. This is quite the situation. What do you think about it?
Let's start by saying that with OF 1515 running away with like 8 wins in his first 4 matches, he has now slowed down a little bit. We're in week 8, so this is going to be his 7th game. And the competition is much closer than I thought after the end of week 5. We have, I think, 4 people really close in range of winning, and a few couple other players who still have a shot to make it to either the top spot or at least the top 3 if they play particularly well and get some of those match wins here.
Yeah, it's ended up shaping out pretty interestingly. Obviously, off 15 went undefeated for like 4 rounds in a row. They were 8-0, and then they split with Silent Arbiter in week 6. And then, opened phase 3 last week with getting swept by Jai, I believe. So, it's kind of opened things up now a little bit. And you see Toron is right up there, 27 points. Jai, Augustus, not far behind. Silent as well is a good result this week. Puts him into contention as well. So, it's really bunched up. And that's not to say anything as well for Larea and Yasengrin, who could very easily climb right up into the podium places. It's really exciting. These last 2 weeks I think are going to be pretty major for deciding who wins the league, who comes in the top 3, and where people are going to settle.
Yeah, worth mentioning also. I don't think we're going to see Jeff playing tonight. He and Toron have already played 7 games. We'll see Toron play today, and then Toron will have his bye week next week. So Toron's end of week 8 is going to be as many points as he gets to accumulate during the whole league. So he has to make this one count if he wants the last sprint to push him all the way to the top here.
Very tense. You don't want to be in that position where you have the bye in the last week, because you're basically leaving everything up to chance. You're leaving it all in the hands of other people to do what you need. So Toron, big week for Toron here.
Gotta make this one count. So, who is Toron playing against this week? Let's look at the matchups actually. So these are the games being played this week. You have Silent Arbiter against Augustus Caesar, Jai against Ever of Fun, Laria against OF 1515, and Ren against Toron. Not gonna be shown in that order, I think, but you'll get to see them either way.
If you've been paying attention, all top 4 players are playing different opponents this week, so there's a chance for the top players to actually still get close to the end of the week. Although again, Laria and Silent are both looking to get as many points as they can to catch up to those leaders. So they're definitely gonna put up a fight in order to get there.
All right. So, would you say we just jump into the action then?
Before we start, just one thing, folks, for everybody watching, we're gonna push next broadcast an hour earlier to take into consideration daylight saving hitting Europe as well as the States by now. So to make sure we get our last stream, let's say on time, since it's gonna be definitely a big one, we're gonna shift it 1 hour earlier. So expect the week 9 to start at 6 p.m. UTC next time. Don't forget, we're gonna try and publicize it as much as possible so people don't miss it. That's for sure. But yeah, let's start.
Yeah,
I better change my name in GLC.
Yeah.
Also, gotta make room for some scoops. Am I right? Are they gonna be scoops? Are they not gonna be scoops? I actually have no clue, but
Sounds a little early for scoops. I'm afraid.
Okay, I can dream. Chat can dream.
A man can dream, that's for sure.
All right then. Then let's go. Let's move to the first game. Again, you know way better than me what's gonna happen in the games. Not really an eternal whiz, so I'll leave you to it.
Sounds great. Thank you, Goga. Appreciate the introduction.
Alrighty. We have Wizards playing against CI. We've seen Wizards. We've seen Silence Wizard be fairly reg Wizards. Rezeki, Bravado. Sorry, not Bravado. Desperado. The whole Clan Vengeance and Rumor Mill, trying to slow down the Corp and find the points with the Clan Vengeance hitting all the cards from hand and just going for as much disruption as you can.
Yeah, this is the kind of, I think, going into the tournament way back at week 1, I think a lot of people would have said that this is maybe the strongest runner, and I think it's still very, very good. There's only 2 wizards. We actually haven't, I don't think, seen more than 2 wizard in any of the 3 phases. So yeah, not been a ton of wizard representation, but this Clan Vengeance 0 Banghar package is just really good at disrupting corps, especially these kind of combo corps like CI. I don't know what flavor of CI Augustus is on. I want to say brain rewiring.
I believe that was brain rewiring that we saw last week.
Yeah. So this is we've seen this matchup I think once or twice at this point now. Now Toron has been playing brain rewiring CI. So yeah, this is. Your Clan Vengeances are pretty big in this matchup. Your early aggression, finding stuff like medium as well. Like you want to be able to pressure and disrupt as much as possible. Finding stuff like wage workers and Jeeves really, really critical, I think, and getting rid of them off the board. But yeah, really, really interesting matchup. Very, very tense. It can go very, very quickly depending on how, depending on what gets found first and what the draws are like. But yeah, this is an exciting one. Good one to start, I think.
Let's get into it then. Starting hand looks maybe not the greatest. I don't think Rumel is a particularly good in the matchup, and I think No One Home doesn't save you from core damage, if I'm not wrong. So that's also one card that Silent doesn't terribly want in his hand right now.
Yeah, you do have the benefit that you do have a moshing here that you can kind of clear your hand away, but this is a hand. Holy
whoa! That's a hand. That's a hand that any runner in standard right now would pay to get, and I think Silent there is going to draw even more powerful cards with that moshing and steel skin.
Yeah, you come here looking for Eternal, looking for the most busted cards in Netrunner's history, and this is a standard legal hand we're looking at here. This is a hand that you, as an Anarch in standard Netrunner, can draw. Augusta's finding the VLC turn 1 is also pretty critical. But yeah, just all this gas now. Finding a Faust is huge, and finding 2 more steel skins, like this is, and look, God, finding a Desperado and a Blue Moose as well. This is just a great opener for Silent.
Yeah. Really good start. Pressuring HQ right away and finding a Project Vacheron on turn 1. That's amazing. Project Vacheron, one of those cards that are usually kind of fake points for most of the game, especially when CI combos that quickly. But finding it on turn 1 probably means it becomes actual points later on.
And finding a Brain Rewiring as well is pretty mega. This is a great turn 1 for Silent.
Yeah, could not have asked for better. We'll see how Augustus retaliates. Right now, it looks like a archived memory into a VLC number 2. So using that recursion to find more economy and more draw, pushing his way towards the combo.
Silence just digging as well. Probably wants to find. Oh my god! Okay.
Wow.
Well, in theory now, Silent wins in 3 turns. This is, I think, maybe the best opener you can ask for.
We're in for a very short one, because in 3 turns the game is over. Either whether the corp kills the runner or the runner just wins on point by stalling out the Vacheron project.
Yeah, so this is just a great start. Augustus just hasn't been able to find. Obviously, been able to get the VLC 2 turns in a row, which is obviously great for their gas and their setup, but they haven't been able to protect centrals, which is the one thing you really want to do is these kind of combo corps, because you want to stop exactly this from happening. And just buying back another Violet level with a corporate hospitality, and just going all in, trying to pad out HQ as much as possible.
I believe lists like this usually play 3 Brain Wiring, but losing 1 means you have to dig for at least a second one, and that's not gonna. That might be the factor that puts Augustus on a in trouble right now, because he has to find a second agenda while also finding all the other pieces. So definitely a hit on consistency.
Yeah, and like the Vacheron, the 2 counters left on the Vacheron, so we're really, really close to Silent just winning the game. So Augustus kind of needs to win either this turn or next turn, and with no board, I don't know how good Brain Rewiring is at comboing from hand without something like a Wage Workers or a Jeeves on board.
The Euro line goes through a Wage Worker to get 1 more click, so I'm expecting Augustus to use 1 to get there.
Yeah, so Augustus kind of going into the tank now a little bit. Kind of needs to try and figure out a path to scoring the Brain Rewiring and manage to get, I think that's a Jupstad grid. So the combo is Jupstad plus defective brain chips, which we know Augustus has a brain chips in hand. So yeah, pretty rough spot for Augustus with 2 turns left to try and win the game.
Yeah, he has been digging through R&D. He's down to basically half his deck right now, which is wild considering this is I think it's turn 3 for the corp, or 4 maybe.
4 according to the chat log, which is wild.
But even then, like this combo decks, while they want to be able to combo out on turn 4 or 5, they don't usually do it that consistently, and we'll see if Augustus managed to find all the cards he needs. So it's a matter of money, I think. The combo is around 15 credits, which is not too much right now, but installing that piece of ice means that Silent might be able to push on HQ and force the corp to res. That's even more money that they need to account for.
Yeah, so I think you want to just pressure. There's not really anything that scares you here, and there's no accesses either that are a real major worry. If you find a Vacheron, it doesn't really do anything. There's a paper like that's vanilla. That's just going to get broken very, very easily.
Yeah, luckily that's completely free, at least for the corp res. And yeah, Silent just pushing through HQ, trying to find trying to find an agenda or something to trash that would slow down the Corp. We'll see if Augustus has it here. He has 20 credits, 19 cards in hand, and basically 1 turn to go.
Yeah, this is it. As soon as Silent gets to untap, that's it. Game is over. It is that Vashron will go from being worth 0 points to 3. So Augustus, you have to assume with 20 cards in hand has some kind of a line. So yeah, really interested to see if Augustus can like dig his way out here and find a rewiring line to win the game with no board presence. 20 cards in hand and 20 credits. It's a tall ask, but it's very, very doable.
I guess this thinking makes me think that he doesn't have the standard line, and he's looking for the best possible line to find more cards, or ideally draw as many cards as you can, and get the clicks back to still manage to win the game. It's not going to be an easy task for sure, but with 20 cards in hand, almost anything is possible at this point.
So I think you'll need to kind of combo it from here. I think you need some kind of combination of red level clearance and shipment from Mirror Morph, because those are your big kind of click compression tools that let you get cards onto the field. And there's one of them. There's a shipment from Mirror Morph. So that will probably get the Jupstad grid and the rewiring down. And
I'm expecting the wage worker
as well.
Yeah, exactly. Silent with the frowny face.
1 turn away. You don't like to see. Usually they have it or they don't. It's with the rewiring combo. It is you either win or you lose. There's no middle ground.
Yeah, there's no tech in play to save Silent here.
Yeah. So 3 cards installed. There's the wage workers. We know there's a biotic in hand as well. There's the biotic.
There it is.
2 operations. A third operation is getting the corporate hospitality.
Taking the biotic back. Okay, so buying some cards for 1 click, and then getting it back through wage worker.
So this corporate hospitality ends up being free with the biotic and the wage workers click, I think.
Click-wise, yes, and it's a way to pay 2 and draw 2 more cards.
But Augustus is drawing. I don't know. Does Augustus have it?
He replays the biotic, goes up to 2 click. Plays another biotic, goes up to 3 click. So it has enough to triple advance the agenda, but not enough to install the region he needs.
Yeah, he needs the. Did he misclick? Jupstad is 4 credits.
That's enough to install and res, but you don't have enough money. Oh, you don't have enough money to pay for the brain rewiring.
Yeah, you can't rewiring.
Oh, we're also missing the current. We didn't have the clicks for the current.
Oh wow! And there we go.
Falling really close to the edge there, almost getting there, but ending up slightly too short.
And that's a big win. That's a big win for Silent as well, because as we saw at the start of the stream, standings wise, Augustus is going into this week on 24 points. Silent is right behind on 21. So Silent is level with Augustus. Another win will put him right up there in contention for winning the league. So that's a pretty big result for our table. So yeah, well done to Silent. Great hits early on, and that can be eternal sometimes. Sometimes you can win in 3 or 4 turns. But yeah, very, very well done. Shame for Augustus just trying to dig there on the combo turn to find a few extra clicks to kind of find exactly what he needs. But he has a chance now to kind of fight back with a wizard of his own into engineering the future.
I think we've seen Augustus's wizard, and I think it looks somewhat similar to the version Silent's playing. Mm-hmm. So a lot of disruption of trip economy to deal with several matchups in a way. And on the other side, we have seen this ETF played last week as well. We've seen the whole moons into clone suffrage movement to get back your friends in high places and just keep on spamming the board with very valuable assets until you either are way too ahead on tempo to score out all your agendas, or just make the runner use a lot of their clicks and credits to deal with all the assets.
Yeah, this is a really cool deck. It's cool to see ETF in Eternal. This Moons ETF, a deck that I think a lot of people have very fond memories of. When it was in Standard, and yeah, it's really cool to see Silent has done great things each phase, bring really interesting builds, and interesting decks to the tournament. So yeah, very excited to see if ETF can keep up with the pressure that Wiz is able to generate with those 3 credits for trashing and with the Clan Vengeance disruption.
Alrighty, yeah. I mean, between the Clan Vengeance, the Rumor Mill, and especially the Desperado in the starting hand from Augustus, I'm expecting a tough game for Silent. Definitely, all the assets you want to put down are very much cheaper to trash for a Desperado Wizards.
Yeah, getting the Desperado. I remember playing the Andromeda back in 2017, the Andromeda ETF Moons matchup. If you found that Desperado and the Amakua early, it was very hard for the Corp to come back. And presumably it's no different here if Augustus is able to land that Desperado. Shame he doesn't have the Rumor Mill to get the Estelle as well, but yeah, this is a pretty good start for both players, in all honesty.
Yeah. Not even asking for the action, which is something I probably would have done, try and bait the Corp into using the Estelle Moon. But just playing the Desperado and running it to make sure Silent stays honest and has to use the Estelle Moon right away.
Augie finds a second Estelle Moon as well, which is pretty big. Obviously, if you can get the Estelle off, and there's a Lakshmi, which is a sadly rotated powerhouse of a card, a great win condition for these kind of asset decks, and you have advanced assembly lines to get the ETF credit on your opponent's turn. This is some of the older players who were around in the summer of 2017 will remember these kind of lines very fondly. Not much of a board being built at the minute, but we have the Clan Vengeance 0 combo, and that's going to be huge for Augustus.
It's important to note that Lakshmi is not unique, so it's not going to suffer from the Rumor Mill, but Clan Vengeance is definitely going to be a tough opponent for that Lakshmi. It's going to be a game of chicken between the runner and the Corp to see who shows the agenda and who decides to blow up the HQ or vice versa.
I think Silent going for Spin Doctor is a really interesting choice as well. And we see Silent popping the Spin Doctor straight away. Does not want to get hurt by Rumor Mill whatsoever.
Which makes sense. He
has played there we go. There's 2 of them.
Making sure he doesn't fall for the and gets a lot of points stolen because of the current.
And yeah, just dropping it down. This deck I think is pretty. It gets. I'm trying to think of what the key assets are. Obviously, Wage Workers, Jeeves, Estelle Moon all get hit by Rumor Mill, but the rest of the assets in the deck, you're looking at advanced assembly lines, team sponsorship, clone suffrage movement. These are key parts of your deck that aren't hit by Rumor Mill, which is pretty great for the ETF side of things.
Yeah, it's gonna force Augustus to run a lot of these, even preemptively before Raz, just to make sure Silent doesn't get all the value. And there's Shimmer from Mirrormorph, played not for a combo, but just for value, puts down a lot of stuff on the board.
It turns out taking 3 clicks worth of actions in 1 click is still quite good.
Yeah.
Who knew?
Who knew? I know Silent's deck really wants to leverage all those Jeeves and Wage Worker clicks, so it'll be a tough situation. But on the other side, I think Silent is really really wants to score out all those points, so there'll be a good way for him to fend off this current war.
There's a Jeeves. Yeah, I think you need to trash these Jeeves, these like click gainers on site. Getting on the Banghar is also pretty good into this kind of ice like Magnet. I know these ETF decks used to enjoy playing stuff like Fairchild, even though it's a little bit expensive. You would no problem resing a Fairchild when this deck was in Standard. I wonder if we'll see similar here. Also interesting to note, I don't know if it came up last week, Augustus is on Ashen Epilogue instead of Levy, which I think is an interesting choice.
Yeah, that's an interesting trait for sure. The only difference is that you get to save one influence, which I'm assuming is something that Augustus were looking for. Ended up being Titan influence and swap the least powerful recursion tool for more powerhouses in the deck.
Yes. We're seeing the AAL resed and yeah, popped again to get that ETF credit. Fun little line that that these decks love to pull out.
So Silent couldn't install another piece of ice on server 8. We'll see if Augustus ends up running it to check what's inside. And he finds a second copy of Lakshmi that we'll see if it floats or gets trashed. And it looks like wizard money is enough to deal with it.
Mm-hmm. The one thing that you do have is that Augustus is running a little bit low on actual credits. Hitting a rumor mill there off the banker is pretty nice. Obviously there is a ton of recursion, and you have same old thing on the board. But the more rumor mills you can take down in these decks that play things like Katorga and stuff is great.
Yeah.
But Augustus is running a little bit low on liquid credits. So it'll be interesting to see if he can keep up with just how much assets the ETF deck is able to pull out. It looks like the players are encountering a little technical issue with Lakshmi.
It's one of those things that you don't really see every day. So we might have missed. There might be a few incorrect interactions here and there that don't get fixed right away because people don't notice.
Yeah, so Silent. Oh yeah, so there we go. So players managing to find a little workaround. Silent saying that there is a successful
That's
field
full
test.
field test, yeah.
Yeah.
And reducing the power counters on Lakshmi down to 3. I love the I love Koga showing bug on stream. That's that's amazing. That's awesome. But yeah, so Augustus can't steal that one, and Silent puts one more piece of ice, protecting it, and probably looks to advance it sooner or later. The deck, yeah, there it is. Well, the deck really wants to score it using Jeeves, and don't think you're gonna be able to do it because of Rumor Mill. So for a while, you'll have to actually advance these agendas that you would have never advanced otherwise.
Here we're seeing a really, really powerful terminal operation here. Friends in high places. Getting back Estelle Moon. It's probably the best card Silent has access to in this matchup because there we go. We get the Estelle back. We're probably going to see the Estelle resed.
Oh, it's currently blank.
Oh, it's blank, of course. Rumor Mill. What a silly card.
Yeah. So, and no point in raising it, unfortunately, for the corp. You don't even get the counters. So Silent correctly evaluating that it's not worth it to use it. We'll see if he uses the advanced assembly lines or not. Looks like he is not going to, so that tells me that he doesn't have anything in hand that he wants to install, and is fine with Augustus running it and trashing it for very little.
Well, we know one of them is a successful field test.
Right.
So we know that's and you can't install agendas with AAL. So we know that at least one of the cards is not a valid target, and I would imagine that the other card is also not a valid target. It's either an agenda or maybe it's an operation. Maybe it's another Friends in High Places or something.
That makes sense to me, yeah. I wonder if Augustus should use the Clump Vengeance here or not as a way to prevent Lakshmi from protecting the agenda and maybe stealing it right away.
I think you want to save it to blank the successful field test value.
Oh, right, yeah.
I think what you want to do is, you want to wait for them to just before they score it and then pop it so they get nothing off of it. But yeah, Augustus is just going for it now.
Yeah, it changes one card at most, and with the Black Orchestra getting hitting the board. Augustus has exactly enough credits to go through the magnet.
Now this is going to get rough for Augustus, because he is going to run out of money now. He will have obviously wizard credits, which go a huge way, and he has Desperado money as well. But like he is going to struggle to keep up with the amount of assets ETF can put out. But thankfully, obviously, nothing in hand. And with the line that he took there as well, meaning that because Silent never revealed to Lakshmi, it meant that Augustus was able to get in. If Silent predicted the Clan Vengeance coming, he could have revealed earlier in the turn to deny that particular line. So Augustus doing okay for now, but we'll see if Silent is able to leverage the kind of the economic, the slight economic struggle that Augustus has managed to find himself in.
Yeah, the Rozeki and Desperado are definitely going to help. Keeping up with the board and making a little bit of credits here and there. But if Silent ends up putting one more ice in front of that Fairchild tree, that instantly becomes quite a tough situation to get through. And the second copy of Rozeki, I wonder if Augustus will play it, ends up using those 2 credits, going a little bit low on money again, but making sure if the game lasts more than 3 or 4 turns that he makes a profit off of it.
Yeah, at this rate, he's coming out with about 2 credits plus. Roughly, he's going to get about 4 credits each turn from runs and zeros, so he's going to get about 6 credits a turn off of this, which adds up very, very quickly, combined with the 9 credits from Wizards. So, yeah, it looks like he's managed to get himself into a very, very healthy economic position.
Yeah, right now trying to slow down the corp as much as possible. Not having access to another Clan Vengeance makes it a little bit scary. Because Lakshmi is definitely going to protect a lot of these agendas. Now up to 7 tokens, so you can basically save any agenda for a couple of turns as long as you have 1 in hand and 1 on the board, or just the 1 you have in hand, I guess.
Finding a Hannah as well is huge here for Augustus.
Let me tell you, he loves this free credit that he gets from Desperado and Hannah. He is the only one I think who's playing Hannah in this format right now, and that's something he talks about a lot. That single free credit feels really, really good.
I mean, it's a free click a turn, and the format is mostly asset decks, like I can pick up what he's putting down. I think Hannah is a great include in these anarch lists.
Makes total sense to me as well. Silent pushing 1 more agenda, advancing it. I mean, there's a lot of value on the board left to get there. If Silent ends up scoring that 1, we have 2 different team sponsorship that could fire right off that single score. So all the value that Silent put down and Augustus couldn't deal with is about to propel him quite forward if Augustus can't trash a lot of these board or contest the agenda this turn.
Yeah, this is what the ETF deck is so good at leveraging, is that it has so many on score. You get so much value from scoring agendas. You have team sponsorships, which is going to pull back your wage workers, your Estelles. If you can, I don't know what the interaction with Estelle, rumor mill, and successful field test is.
I believe you get the successful field test before the agenda before the current goes away, because that's a runner trigger.
Okay, is that how that works? Okay.
So unfortunately, not the greatest situation for the corp, and once again a strong point for the best card in the format.
Yeah, this rumor mill card is pretty.
It's pretty good.
You gonna do something about that, buddy?
Maybe. Stay tuned. Let's just say that.
Yeah, I think this is a good push from Silent. This is obviously the back card is great. But the Fairchild, if you weren't around for breaking Fairchild with Black Orchestra when it was in Standard, it's not pleasant. It's very, very expensive. And yeah, Augustus realizing that he needs to just get rid of these team sponsorships that have snuck through onto the board. But I think there's one more. I think there's one in Cerber too. So Silent is still going to get a lot of value off of this score.
We'll see what ends up getting installed against. Both players know that that same old thing can turn into another copy of Rumor Mill on demand. So we'll see if Silent ends up putting down another Estelle Moon, or he finds something different. And we have an Estelle Moon, getting res, but unfortunately, I don't think it'll get any tokens from this install in particular.
I'm not sure either. The players are, yes, the players are going through with it as assuming it's correct. I'm not entirely certain. This is one of the weirdness of these cards not being legal and standard. People, I think, are not super familiar with how the rulings go, which is completely fair.
I believe the current is a runner trigger, so it should go after everything else. But maybe I'm incorrect. I know this current were legal when at the time, and I think Jiteki definitely has had some adjustment from then. But maybe the ruling is correct. Anyway, like, it doesn't change that much, I don't think here.
I don't think so.
I guess
this is what we get for playing a game that doesn't have a stack. God damn it!
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess it's still challenging the board now on 10 credits, and with those two Rezeki and Desperado looking a little bit healthier on the credit side. Single Clan Vengeance is slowly ticking up. And what I said about the Rumor is true, but maybe Augustus has to keep the same old thing for the Ashen Epilogue in order to make sure he doesn't run out of recursion later on. So maybe the Rumor isn't as close as I thought.
Yeah, I think we've seen, all three rumor mills. Augustus seemingly very prescient, firing off the Ashen Epilogue here, checking the bin, seeing that there's three rumor mills, two have been hit by zeros, obviously one got played, so definitely annoying playing with this Ashen because you are running a little bit of risk. Obviously Augustus didn't get punished here, but you do run the risk of losing a rumor mill or two to the random remove from game from Ashen Epilogue, but Augustus not punished too hard this time and finding that current again. But Silence is pushing. Like, this is honestly a great board to just push agendas through.
Yeah, Ashen Epilogue quite expensive to play, and with Rumor Mill hitting the board again afterwards, Gus has spent a lot of money on those two operations, other than two event rather, and he now finds himself in a situation where he has to use Banker and then probably click through the Fairchild to have a chance to get through, and Lakshmi might be able to stop him then in his tracks and cost him the whole turn.
Yeah, like I think it's really, really awkward for Augustus to kind of get into this remote. As you said, you can use Hannah to get your free credit from Desperado by running a remote, maybe kill this team sponsorship, but no, just going straight in.
Slamming it face first with Banker, having 4 cards, one of which is an Hybrid War, so basically way more cards in hand than they need. Oh my god.
Oh, a tour guide. You love to see it.
Yeah. We'll see if Silent ends up raising something else. Currently only 2 subroutines, so it wouldn't have mattered. I don't think Augustus would have died from the tour guide in any situation here. But that's a powerful card. That's something that without Banker, it's going to be tough to get through. And even with Banker, it might end up being very costly down the line.
Yeah, Silent is able to push a bit more of a board state. Augustus firing off the Clan Vengeance now, realizing that a timely Lakshmi, if there's another agenda, if there's a copy of this agenda in HQ, and getting the food, so this is very, very timely played, or very, very timely Clan Vengeance there. We don't know, to be fair, what is in Archives. We don't know if there was food in HQ, but this is Augustus finding a really, really nice line. Silence not out though. This ETF deck can just spiral out if you give them a single window to kind of push a board state through.
Yeah, currently the server looks a little porous. I mean, Augustus can get in with basically whatever he drips from the Rezekis and the Desperado.
Mm-hmm.
But between Lakshmi and other stuff, he might still be able to sneak an agenda through this and propel himself to a very fast win in a few turns.
Lakshmi is incredibly strong. It's why it was so defining for a lot of asset decks, any kind of HP asset deck when it was legal. because it just means that you can do things like this. You're able to push through really, really confidently. But yeah, Augustus now in a position where I think he just wants to manage the board as best as possible. Going to check archives to see is there anything in there. We see, a couple of assets that must have got thrown out. Some pieces of ice as well that weren't getting used. So yeah, now Silent could push here. Silent this might have been an agenda that Silent has managed to sneak through.
There's a single 3-2 agenda I think that Silent's playing, and that one would be disastrous for Augustus, which is Luminal Transociation.
Luna will be incredible to score right now.
Doesn't look like it's in the cards right now, but there's still something in that survey that is they're gonna keep the runner occupied for a while.
It could be the last food.
I think Silent would have revealed that one with Lakshmi, although he drew for the turn, so maybe he didn't have it in hand by the time that was necessary. Like perhaps Silent playing through the rumor mill basically the whole game and having not all the cards but several important assets being completely blank for most of the game. He has still been putting up a very good fight, and like Augustus has been going down to very few cards in the stack and then very few credits several times.
Yeah, this has been really, really good from Silent. Obviously, it's so hard to play through rumor mill, but I think he's doing a really, really excellent job. His board state hasn't been hit too hard. He has managed to fire Estelle once or twice, so yeah, this is just really, really tight play from both players here.
I think Friends in High Place is quite a good card. I'm expecting Silent to play it basically right away. We'll see.
If it wasn't a terminal, I think you'd snap it off right now so it doesn't get hit with Clan Vengeance. I think a Biotic beat getting played out.
It looks like a score.
I wonder what this could be. Oh, okay. Yeah, Clan Vengeance window.
I believe you have to act before the last click. I don't think it matters too much.
Yeah.
For the players. And Silent, with that team sponsorship plan, the Silent might be able to even save an agenda that gets put in archives from this position. Although I don't know if you'd want to do it based on the fact that Augustus can just run that server on his turn.
So we have a team sponsorship here, got stuck out. There's a successful field test. This is a pretty sad successful field test. Only one card in hand, but it gets rid of the rumor mill. Unfortunately, there's another rumor mill in hand for Augustus. But yeah, it's Silent has managed to put this on game point, and we've seen Biotics. If he's able to get those Biotics back and he finds a 3-2, he can just close this out. Augustus has no way of preventing fast advance except through Clan Vengeance. Which
is not on the board and maybe not in the cards for a few turns. Even charging it with anything is going to take a while. And that Assembly Lines keeps on finding more and more value. And Silent installs a card in Separate, which we know is not an agenda.
Yes, it can't be an agenda. The only thing is, Augustus does have a window now with medium and with a very, very lightly defended R&D. There's no way that that Silent is going to be able to res this. It could be something like a magnet, but you're not going to keep Augustus out if that's just a magnet on R&D. So Augustus could pounce here and could find a win here. He just needs to touch one more agenda.
Yeah, looks like the corp isn't interested in resing, so this is going to be a very deep dig. Augustus thrashing two unique cards, which maybe would have been blank with a single rumor mill, but trying to dig deeper and deeper, and he finds the agenda.
Finds the FCOM. GG to Augustus. GG to both players. I thought Silent played that really, really well. Like Rumor Mill, that is a game. If you ever want to see just how powerful Rumor Mill is in Eternal, and yeah, Augustus at the end, very quickly saying Rumor Mill sure is a card. Yeah, Rumor Mill is a heck of a card. But yeah, props to Silent for being able to play through Rumor Mill and get very, very close to pulling out a win. But congrats to both players. Both of them splitting now, which is puts I think Silent on 24, Augustus on 27. So Augustus is currently, I believe, tied in first place.
And 15-15, yeah.
Silent is on 24, so just one win behind. So still very much in contention for the league title, but very much dependent on the rest of the results of tonight going his way.
We're getting
a fun one though.
We have a really fun one. Yeah, we have Jai piloting his Terran-tested Scorpius defense system. He's been playing Scorpius the whole league, changing a little bit here and there. He'll tell you Phase 3 Scorpius that he built isn't as good as Phase 2 in his words. I think he still won his game on week 2. On week 7. So first game of the Phase 3 is what I want to say. But he has been putting so many runners in a very annoying situation where they have to make difficult choices and have to play around the fact that some or even all of their breakers might end up getting removed from the game by the end of the game.
Yeah, it's been really, really great to see. I've said this to Jai as well. Like, it's really, really great to see Scorpios get some love here. It's an idea that I think a lot of people have just sort of written off completely, but seeing him put in the work and the reps with getting Scorpios played in Eternal, and people just, as you say, they aren't actually prepared for it. It's really, really difficult, as we've seen, for runners to keep up with the rig shooting capability. So yeah, very interesting matchup. I imagine we're going to see here Apex into Scorpios. Not, I think, what people would have expected when they thought of Eternal. There's the big Apex on screen. Alex, have her fun in chat. Spam this flex to cheer on Apex. I think we have to remain very unbiased, obviously, as commentators and as commissioners, but, go Apex. This is sick. Props to Alex for bringing this to the league.
Let's see how this one ends up going. I don't know what to expect. I don't know what Apex breaking tools are necessarily. I know sometimes they play different tools to get through because the one breaker in faction isn't exactly the best.
Although weirdly enough, I feel like Endless Hunger would be strangely... Is it weirdly good into Scorpios? Because Scorpios displays a lot of just straight up end the runs.
I think it's particularly bad against Titanium, but everything else looks okay.
Okay. It's very bad into Titanium. I guess it's bad into Archer as well.
Yeah,
everything else is just a straight up end the run.
Yeah. Most of Scorpius eyes is what I'm expecting to still end around. We see double Dreamnet is something that Alex definitely loves to see here, and the chop bot on turn 1. We've seen chop bot and Dreamnet hit the board early on in the other game, but didn't end up pushing the Apex particularly far ahead. We'll see if this different draw order is going to make a difference.
This does look like a pretty great opener for Apex, finding the chop bot, the Dreamnet. You can slap down one of these Dreamnets, get everything installed. Like, this is... You look at this hand and it is kind of like, geez, this is really, really good. Which is not something I think people would expect to say, but here we are.
We see a power shutdown, something that Jai played with very good efficiency last game. He played with Scorpius, trashing several important tools. And Alex finding a sure gamble and probably going to put down that chop bot sooner or later to get this draw in.
Yeah, chop bot is basically... It's basically an Apex card. It is... it's not a card I think I've ever seen out of faction, but it's not a card I've ever seen played in faction, in Anarch, but in Apex, classic standard 3 of. Just helps your deck function so much. Gets you drawing, which is something that Apex really struggles with, and it turns all of your face downs. Basically lets you filter out a card from hand every turn, which is really useful.
Really good effect. Basically turning the Apex effect from something that you have to build around into actual value with just a single card, a single credit, and a single point of influence. So really, really good for something that has to import so many different tools to actually just get to play the game.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Jai firing off that power shutdown. This one's mean, that's for sure. I wonder if I don't think the face down card has a cost, and therefore I don't think it's a valid target for the power shutdown. So I think
it's also not a program or hardware. It's just a card. It's just a blank card. So yeah, getting the chop bot is still very good.
Removing it from the game also.
And that's just rude.
Yeah.
There's no need for that.
I know Jay's not gonna miss any of those Scorpius trigger in the future, and I know MB Kelly has been updating Jinteki.net to make the Scorpius player a little bit happier, make the whole thing a little bit easier to do.
Yeah, thank you, MB Kelly for and the whole JNet dev team for the work that you've done.
Yeah.
Especially with the Eternal, especially with ESL going and trying to fix up some of the weird quirks of some of these older cards.
Alex, putting down one more card. I think it's safe to say that Scorpius is not going to kill you, and so putting down the heartbeat doesn't make much of a difference. So putting it face up or face down is still going to be fodder for something else in the future. Better to put it down for free. Finding another chop bot, that's an amazing find for Alex here.
Yeah, I think he slammed down this chop bot. You gotta hope. Obviously, you hope that there isn't a second power shutdown. But yeah, this is Alex so far is like there's nothing majorly going wrong on their side of things. Everything is, they've managed to find their chop bots. If they manage to untap, their engine is going to come online now. Seeing a hostile takeover scored. So now things like Tithonium and Archer are very much live, so we need to be a little bit careful about face checking.
Ooh, that's a really good one against Scorpius. Something that maybe doesn't last long, especially when Scorpius scores a lot of agendas, but Employee Strike, making sure you lose something and you be able to install it again later on through some recursion can be game-changing in some of these scenarios. It's something that might scare Jai off of playing a Hunter Seeker in the future.
Absolutely, yeah. You don't want to be Hunter Seekering. Obviously, Hunter Seeker is great, but you don't want to be Hunter Seekering if you can't remove the card from the game afterwards. And yeah, Haverfun is just finding the SDS.
We've seen so many SDS not being able to get stolen, and that's a standoff. So something that would have cleared the Employee Strike gets stolen away.
Yeah, this is a really good start. Finding the Reaver as well. Reaver plus Chopbot is a great start. This is probably the SDS in server 1.
I would assume so.
Probably pretty confident knowing that Alex will not be able to get into the server and steal it. But this so far has been a good start. Scorp hasn't had a hugely fast start. It's obviously not a particularly fast deck. So yeah, this is going pretty nicely for Alex so far. I think they just want to keep trying to push into centrals, try and get as many centrals accesses, try and get the DreamNet value as much as they can. And if they can get their engine set up, they might be in a position where they can actually contest the board a little bit. Finding a Jackson is really nice as well.
A little expensive, ends up staying there, I think. Maybe I got it wrong. Oh no, yeah.
I think it got trashed. There was 2 cards in HQ, and there's only 1.
I forgot to account for the Dirty Laundry credits. I like the decision of putting a face down Sure Gamble. It's something you don't really want to do often, but between the corp rushing out and everything, you really want to have enough, as much draw as you can, and putting down a card to trash with that chop bot means you get to draw one more card, get one card deeper in the stack.
Mm-hmm.
I think we see Haverfun here contemplating whether they want to. Wow, okay. I'll put down a program for the SDS.
This is great, yeah. Plopping down the 2 Reavers. They're not going to get the stick, obviously, one of them. So this ensures you against SDS. So you're going to get that engine to keep going, which is really, really good. It clears the E-Strike, but Jai not being able to disrupt. This is really heads up from Haverfun here.
Yeah. Once again, I think here the Employee Strike gets cleared off after the SDS crashes something, but I might be wrong. Mm-hmm. In any case, I don't think Jai removed anything, so I think Jai believes the same way as I do that's the interaction that's supposed to be. And ooh, that's really nice.
That's really tempting. I don't think you want to get rid of a Reaver, considering how crucial it is to your draw engine. But Alex saying no, just gonna grab it.
Yeah, it would have been tough to steal it from server 1 if Jai ended up pushing it right away turn after. So I think that makes sense. And SDS is definitely like the scariest thing to face when your braking tools is basically Matryoshka, and that's it.
Yeah, you really you do not want to get a Matryoshka blown up with an SDS. So yeah, this is really pretty big. Finding 2 of them. There's still obviously Hunter Seekers and stuff. There's an Eminent Domain. So Alex is up to 4 points and HQ is empty. This is. Are we starting to believe?
We're definitely in a good position. Two tokens on turning wheel means we can try and D a little bit. We're lacking in the credit department right now, but we get basically this part of money is with the
Desperado. Or the DreamNet, rather.
DreamNet, yeah, thank you. The first run each turn, so that's not too bad. And we have enough Matryoshka to get through 1 or 2 ice right now, as long as Jai doesn't blow them up right away.
Jai finds the Hunter Seeker, but gets rid of the turning wheel instead, which is, I think, basically saying that he has enough ways of destroying programs and dealing with the Matryoshka that he wants to get rid of the win condition for Have a Fun. Stop letting them build up this value with this open HQ.
That makes sense. Also, like removing the Matryoshka doesn't make too much sense. It's the first one, so there's a good chance Have a Fun has access to a second copy sooner or later, and blowing up an empty Matryoshka doesn't slow the runner down too much. I also really like the idea of having the dummy box to protect it exactly because of Scorpio. So I think Alex, looking at his matchups for Phase 3, noticed he had to play Jai and put in something to make sure his Matryoshka engine doesn't get completely stopped by the Hunter Seeker and SDS getting scored.
This is a great draw as well. Finding the reboot, this is going to give Alex just so much gas. This card, it's still legal in standard. It's very hard to import. It's 5 influence. And I think it's overlooked a lot because, it's an Apex card. But this reboot is really, really strong. It's 5 cards worth of recursion, which I remember back in the day, you used to see Haley sometimes play this because this turns into 15 credits with Aesop's Pawn Shop. This is a deceptively strong card, I would say.
Yeah. And finally for Alex, that chop but turns into actual draw instead of just filtering one card of the hand for another. So this is going to draw him several cards for free in the next 6 turns.
Yeah, this is basically this reboot has turned into draw 6 or draw 5. Draw 5,
yeah.
Alex just doing the cautious. I know what you do. I know what to be afraid of. Searching over cards and just drawing through the deck.
Yeah, he keeps on drawing. 8 credits is not enough to res several eyes here, and 7 even less so. I know Scorpius has been showing some kind of trouble in the economy department in the past few weeks, and not getting that eminent domain scored or that standoff scored means that the Scorpius might have to collect for more credits than they usually like to.
The term load-bearing Regalith has been used to describe this Scorp deck.
Which makes absolute sense. We see a Wasteland in Have a Fun's hand. Really good tool to make some money on 4 credits. He can't exactly expect to contest out of these eyes. But the empty HQ means he at least gets some valuable accesses, while also making that drawing credit from DreamNet.
And this is the thing, like this match was very weird because it's not great in the sense of that Scorp is able to, especially with Matryoshka, Scorp is able to just kind of pick apart your board, and it's an annoying effect, and the rig shooting is a problem, and the ice is a problem. But it's slow enough that if Apex is able to get this engine, like this is a crazy amount of value that Apex is just able to passively generate now at the start of turns. It's a credit and a card from all of these face downs. Plus the Dream Net is another credit and a card. So that's 2 credits, 2 cards each turn. Which, yeah, it takes a while to get there, but this is like a very, very good engine to have. Finding a spare chop bot that you can just sort of throw away. I didn't see what got installed there.
It was a No One Home, something that it's in the deck for a different matchup, I want to say.
Yeah, that makes complete sense.
So we know there's a Hunter Seeker in HQ right now, and Alex found a second copy of Turning Wheel, and he's probably looking to
just
put as many counters as...
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Accessing HQ, even though he knows exactly what's in there, just to get as many counters on that Turning Wheel. Turning Wheel, a card that basically was the multi-access tool for any runner for like several years, I want to say, in Standard. Doesn't see that much play in Eternal, but because of Apex's limitation on installing resources, makes a lot of sense here.
It is, yeah, probably the best win condition Apex has access to. You do have things like medium, but Turning Wheel being a one credit or 1 influence card probably does, because you have to import so much for your engine and your protection and your ice breaking solutions. So yeah, Turning Wheel makes a lot of sense here in Apex.
Yeah,
someone digging with Jackson here.
Yeah. Looking to find, I think he really wants to find the next agenda, knowing that Alex is on 3 credits and doesn't have access to terribly good burst economy in Apex normally. So he sees the value that Apex is accruing every turn and does not want to keep the game going for longer than he needs to.
Seeing another or the same Hunter Seeker. We have 2 more Matryoshkas. So if Alex is able to build up money, like, they're going to be able to start puncturing into these servers. Like, Scorpios has not got a great... There's 4 pieces of ice installed. The upgrade in server 1 we can assume is a Marcus Batty. But Jai is not in a fantastic economic position either. 11 credits, 4 unres pieces of ice. I mean, if Alex is able to get a bit more money going in, it's very likely that they'll be able to contest this Scorpio's board state.
I wonder if it's correct for Alex to just install another copy of Matryoshka and just build 2 different nesting dolls, so he doesn't fall right away from a single Treasure program used for Marcus Batty.
Yeah, I think you need to... So it limits the amount of ice that you can break in a turn, but it does give you some protection against things like, yeah, as you say, Marcus Batty and Tithonium and stuff. Finding an Eminent Domain, really nifty. Doesn't do much for winning. Haverfund will need to find an SDS or an SSL to win anyway, but getting the free res away from Jai is very nice.
I wonder if Jai is playing more 2-1s as well. Like we've seen a hostile takeover, so there might be more than just 3 1-pointers. So there's a chance he could win off of 2 more 1-pointers. But yeah, I would expect at least 1 more 5-3 to get need to be stolen.
Yeah, I imagine you're looking at 3 SDS, maybe 6 1-pointers brings you to 15, and then an SSL. Something like that could be the suite here.
Yeah, that makes sense. This is a bold challenge for Alex, I want to say.
Yeah, this is very bold.
There is no way he gets to break 2 ice, and this single ballista is going to be enough to stop him unless he really wants to risk his Matryoshka here.
It is thankfully only 3 credits, which isn't terrible numbers here. Alex will definitely jack out here. There's too much risk of a blowout happening. Or not. Just continuing to approach. If this is an Archer or a Tithonium, this is a very, very significant swing. It will, if it's an archer, it will drain Jai's money. But
yeah, Titanium would be scary. I think Alex here is pushing for the fact that either Titanium or Archer would cost Jai an agenda, and he might not want to do that, and instead he reses a border control.
Border control.
But with the upgrade being Marcus Body, it's still scary to actually to actually install a second copy of Matryoshka on the first one, and ooh, this Titanium is definitely going to be costly.
Yeah, I think this might have been a slightly greedier play.
This is going to blow up one resource. I want to say probably the turning wheel, and definitely eat up the Matryoshka. Yeah, there it is.
I mean, Alex can still win. As we said, like Scorpius is not a rich deck. And you can see it here. Jai is 4 credits. That wasn't a Rashida in the remote. So Alex might be in a position where they can actually get some pressure, especially because now Tithonium and Archer can't realistically be rezzed at this point.
Oh, you know what? I think I figured it out, and I think the chat was onto it too. Alex knew that Hunter Seeker would have probably gotten rid of the Matryoshka sooner, like next turn, and I think he pushed Jai to res as much ice as he could.
That's a really, really good point, actually. I didn't even consider that. Yeah, I completely forgot that there was the Hunter Seeker in HQ, so that's actually kind of heads up from Alex. That's kind of put the pressure back on Jai now, and it's plays a little bit banter or a little bit of banter in the chat there. But yeah, that's pretty heads up from Haverfund to just force the issue there.
Yeah. Losing the turning wheel doesn't feel great, but Jai down 4 credits, and he cannot afford to probably score out as many agendas right now. Although we don't know what's in Alex's deck to get through ice at this point. We'll see if the Matryoshka is enough, or if he needs to get lucky of Jai drawing badly and him accessing HQ. Deep thing from Jai here. What looks like a tough position. 4 credits, not a lot, but with a lot of ice res, I don't think his position looks terrible.
No, I think you would love something like a Regalith. And speak of the devil, there we go. There's the Regalith coming down. But yeah, this isn't a hugely worrying board position for Haverfund here. Finding the crowdfunding is pretty big as well with a lot of these open servers.
Really good virtual resource, and not one that usually lasts very long against Scorpius usually, but a pretty good one. Also something that it might be worth installing face down and getting trashed next turn if you can manage to run 3 times. But it looks like Haverfund just putting down the Matryoshka and maybe contesting the load-bearing Regolith that we've been talking about. Although not with 1 credit.
I think with 1 credit's a bit dicey. You'll have a bad pub, and if Jai doesn't res that ice, you will be able to break it, thanks to the DreamNet credit. But yeah, I don't think you want to completely risk. Although click for a credit, there are risky reses here, but resing a Tithonium or an Archer, will get rid of the SDS, and it's just an ice wall. So this has worked out really, really nicely. Alex is going to be able to destroy it or trash this Regolith with the DreamNet credit.
Pretty perfect to get through the Regolith. Very heads-up play here.
Alex Haverfund doing really, really well. Just like treading water slightly, but doing just enough each turn economically to keep their engine rolling, keep pressuring Jai. This has been very, very nice here from Haverfund into a matchup that I think a Matryoshka deck would not have wanted to look into. Yeah,
very calculated risks taken here and there, making sure the corp cannot have a big credit pool. So even though we're not playing Siphons or Doofs, We see Have Fun pressuring the corp economically, and we see Jai pushing for another probably STS. I want to say that would be tough to recover from.
Yeah, this is an SDS. It would probably shut the door for Have Fun. If it's an SSL, it does help Jai's economic struggles. But yeah, this isn't Jai really wants this to be or I suppose Have Fun really does not want this to be an SDS in the remote.
Yeah, right now the way Alex gets through ice is just that single Matryoshka, and if that's gone, almost all the servers are out of the question. Oh, speaking of
God.
SDS.
That's just the SDS that's sitting in HQ.
And that's game. Well played,
That's
honestly.
Game. That is Apex winning a game in Eternal.
Yeah. that's something I didn't think I'd say when we started the league.
That's
2 months
kind
back.
of brilliant.
Yeah,
that's kind of amazing. Well done to Have Fun for picking up a win. Into Jai, who's been sitting up in the top half of the league with his beloved Scorp deck, picking up a win on Apex. Not only is that a huge win for Apex, all fans of the digital cyber monster are rejoicing right now. That's pretty huge in terms of the table. Because Jai taking a win off of Jai means Jai really needs to win this game now. To stay in comfortable contention of winning the league.
Yeah. That one was definitely something Jai was looking to win, and getting maybe a little bit unlucky here and there, drawing the agendas in the wrong moment. But Alex pushing right at the right times to find them. Definitely props to him. Let's see if Jai gets to bounce back in this Max versus Blue Sun matchup. We've seen a little bit of Max. I think Jai is bringing back the Hiveman Max that we've seen in the past in Standard. He's playing 69 cards, so
nice.
Definitely a choice. Yeah, exactly. A really nice number of cards. Maybe a little bit bloated on the side of the max, but you know the runner gets through so many cards between the ability and all the Anarch's card that I don't think Jai will have any problem finding all the tools he needs for the matchup.
Yeah, this is exciting. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this. Blue Sun as well. I know Baram Wu, a voice of the ESL, has been a big Blue Sun supporter in Eternal. Gets a lot of nice tools with Eminent Domain. That's a really great pickup for Blue Sun. I could see this being a bit of a tricky matchup for Hivemind Max. And there's a lot of big awkward ice to deal with if you can't get your Botulai running smoothly. And if Blue Sun is able to build up a big economic lead, they can pressure that really well and turn that into a really good board state. So yeah, really intrigued to see how this goes.
Yeah, Hive Max usually really loves that Nopcurie engine to push the Hive Mind and then use all those different viruses with super boosted effects thanks to the Hive Mind. But Blue Sun, between all the bouncing, getting rid of the Botulai, and usually being an ID that wants to ice up all the servers and make sure the runner doesn't get any free access. It's going to be a tough one for Jai to fight through. Right now, Setting Hand looks okay. Rumor Mill, definitely a good card. The Hive Mind into the cookbook, or vice versa, is a good start. A little bit of a slow one, but Max will find you pieces you need.
I wonder. So when this deck was in Standard, you didn't want to play your Hive Mind without Progenitor. That was the kind of the key combo to making sure that you couldn't just get purged out completely. We're seeing here the classic Oversight AI. We're seeing the classic Oversight AI from Blue Sun into what is more than likely a very, very large piece of ice that will get bounced back and make Haver a ton of money. But yeah, I think progenitor. I think you want to find the progenitor first, before getting the hive mind down, so that you don't get blown out by a purge.
Yeah, that makes sense.
A little ordering
Yeah.
kerfuffle here with Oversight AI. It is not install and res. It is you do need to res. You do need to install the ice first. Try hitting a Parasite and a Symbol Chip.
Parasite probably not the card that will deal with that Curtains Wall right now. 10 strength looks a little bit too much. And we see the Nerve Agent. Something I think Jai included to help the CI matchup, which makes sense.
That makes no sense, yeah. Nerve Agent is basically medium, but for HQ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And hitting a prize, getting a Deja-Vu and a prize off of that. But finding that progenitor
is huge, yeah. Getting the rumor without stopping a potential Rashida here. But this could also be an eminent domain, and I mean this is a nice push if this is an eminent domain, because you'll get the 10 credits from the 14 credits from Curtain which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And then you'll get the eminent domain, which will probably generate you a bunch of money as well.
Yeah, Alex here thinking about whether he wants to bounce the Curtains Wall or not. I think that's a no-brainer. But then he definitely has to play the next turn knowing that the Romill is down. If that's an enemy domain, that's a really, really good start, because you get to clear the current and just push forward economically, and with like amazing eyes that doesn't deal terribly well with the first Botulus, but between the Blue Sun ability and everything, it's definitely going to make Jai's life quite difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Jai on the other side, though, like the hand Jai has makes me feel like I would feel pretty good with that. That single fermenter is going to equate to so much money, and Jai just needs to find a few tools to get the whole engine going.
Yeah, this is I think the issue of playing this 69 card deck size is that it does mean that you are a sort of combo engine deck. So you do want to find your pieces pretty quickly. But stuff like Street Peddler helps. Obviously, Max does help. Like, we're already down to 47 cards in the stack, thanks to the price and Max and Street Peddler and stuff. So maybe I'll be able to find stuff here. Find the Progenitor as well. Once you just find that Hive Mind, you can start going off in a big way. Hive Mind Fermenter is such a powerful combo you have access to.
Yeah, I think Jai here is doing the math. I think he's 1 credit off of breaking that Curtains Wall with the Botulus that's sitting on the Street Peddler. So he'll make the more slow and economic play, just putting down the fermenter and letting Alex gain just 14 credits again. Knowing that single room mill is probably keeping a Rashida, or at least a unique asset, at bay right now.
Yeah, this has to be something like a Rashida or a Jackson or something that's in the remote. I think otherwise, if it was an agenda, I think we would have seen it scored. Like, if it was an eminent domain, we would have almost certainly seen it score. But there's a scarcity of resources. That's a great hit. And Blue Sun, a deck that's able to play scarcity pretty effectively, because you're not being taxed on eternal points that much, if at all.
The list definitely looks like a bit of a tier 2 at times, but being able to play some of these very powerful cards because you don't have to spend points on your core part of the deck makes this list quite scary in different situations. PGI putting down a clone chip that might get the hive mind back on the progenitor if Jai frees it by popping the fermenter, and Alex finally getting to use that Rashida.
Yeah, that Rashida pop is pretty big. I'm just laughing at the amount of credits that Haverfund has access to. 37 credits by turn 3 or 4. Blue Sun is capable of doing some pretty silly things.
Yeah.
Um,
I wonder if we'll use all of them to res ice, or if there's a mid-season we didn't see last week.
I feel like mid-seasons is a safe enough bet.
That's usually the I'm way richer than you, I win the game operation that we've seen out of these, out of Wayland or NBN, with HP usually playing the big deal nowadays to get scores.
That's true. Actually, we could see a big deal. It's a lot of influence, but it's definitely possible.
You're installing a second copy of Progenitor, so we're looking to get the hive mind onto it and then keep the fermenter rolling for a turn or two.
Yeah, once you can find the you have the clone chip, so you can get the hive mind back. All you really want at this point is to be able to get the knob Kiri down and start just like farming these virus counters until you're able to pop a fermenter for like 12 or 14 credits.
Guy hesitant on putting down knob Kiri. Maybe he doesn't want to clue Alex in the fact that a single piece of ice on archives would definitely slow down the engine, and decides to play the fermenter on the rig, keeping the progenitor open.
Yeah, you need to keep a progenitor open, at least one open for hive mind.
Yeah, that makes sense. If Alex doesn't purge here, and I don't expect him to, single hive mind could mean 4 to 6 more tokens on the fermenters, which would equate to so much money.
Yeah, like if Jai is able to start his turn with so this isn't going to be a purge unless there's a Mavirus, unless that is a Mavirus or a Cyberdex virus suite in the remote. Jai will be able to go gamble Knobkiri, run archives, getting back to Hivemind, plus the cookbook. Hivemind will go to 3 credits after the Knobkiri run, which means the biggest fermenter will be able to click for 16 credits.
Yeah, it's exactly what my math would say. And it looks
Which
like Jai is
ridiculous. Ridiculous amount of money.
That's more money than I think Jai would need for the rest of the game, given that a lot of his installs are cheap and breaking ice is not going to be particularly expensive. Yeah, and that's exactly the play that Jai is looking to do. Obviously, the hive mind getting installed on the second progenitor.
Yeah. And
thinking about the fermented pop, maybe daring Alex to actually purge again here.
And the tricky thing with Hivemind is that certainly I played this deck a lot when it was in standard. The thing that you look at this board state and you're like, gosh, I really, really want to purge and deny this ridiculous next turn. Ferment will be able to click for 20 credits after a Knobkiri run, but you also don't want to manually purge into this deck because that's usually exactly what it wants you to do, so that it can keep the Knobkiri engine, or it can punish you for not being able to develop your board state. So Haverfund in a tricky position. The one thing that they do have going for them is that Jai currently doesn't have a great way of, at least face up anyway, dealing with ice. There is a Botulus hiding on that Street Peddler, but outside of that, Jai doesn't have access to something like an Amakua, or I don't know what bin breakers are in the heap currently. But Haverfund choosing not to purge, just going for the Jackson, digging for probably ice at this point.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, you probably want to block every hole you have until before you purge and push back all the viruses down, if you let the hive mind go rampant all game, that looks like a very tough position to play from. But it doesn't make much sense to purge now and just force Jai to run again on archives and get hive mind to 2/3 of its current power and just getting more and more clicks of value.
Oh, Trojan Horse! Oh my god!
Yeah, that's gonna be a tough one for Jai. Using the clone chip to get the hive mind back, and then that and the progenitor going away right now, really quickly.
Yeah, you get to just blow up the progenitor here with the hive mind. Now, it's not a massive issue. You do have presumably Jai. If Jai is running symbol chips, presumably Jai has access to something like 3 symbol chip, 3 clone chip, which is a ton of recursion plus things like labor rights. But yeah, this is not. That was a great find for Havre of Fun. I'd love to know. I would really like to know how many copies of Trojan Horse are in the list.
Yeah, but that pushes Jai quite far back. He still has the money from the fermenters, but not having access to any of his clone chips or symbol chips, and having just lost his hive mind is going to slow down the buildup of this engine quite a lot. And we'll see if Alex ends up using that window to push one agenda or more.
Finding the Amakua is big. If Jai is able to rebuild, Hive Mind plus Amakua is a really, really big combo. It was the deck's main way of breaking ice for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. And
Yeah.
just a really powerful way to get through very big eyes for in quite few runs, honestly. Just the one token on Hive Mind gets used from every single virus, and then the Omakua gets one from every run. So in a couple of runs, you get to walk through some of the bigger ice in the game. Although getting through that curtains wall it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I will say I have had board states playing Hive Mind Max where I've been able to break a double-digit strength ice with an Amakua plus Hive Mind, but you gotta build up to it. It takes a while. And have fun finding a Hollow Man. So we're probably gonna see. What are we gonna see here? An Eminent, maybe an Above the Law.
It's an Eminent
the
Domain, yeah.
Eminent.
Nice.
That's a very nice hit. That's a very nice find for Alex.
Important to notice that the Jackson shuffled back the Trojan Horse as well as some economy. So Alex putting more and more bullets in his deck to shoot down the program-heavy engine that Jai is trying to build.
Yeah, Jai's gonna need to find his symbol chips and his clone chips. I'd love to know what the ratio of symbol chip to clone chip is. We see 2 symbol chips and 1 clone chip in the bin. Clone chip, I think, on paper, a lot of people would say is the more powerful card, but in a deck like this, where you actually want to do some program recycling, shift some botchley around, I'd be really interested to know what the difference, or how many copies of symbol chip are being run in comparison to clone chips.
So judging by the chat log on the last game, on the last week's game, I think Jai is running 5 chips between clone chips and symbol chips. So I would say a 3-2 split in favor of clone chip is what we saw last week. But I don't know if we didn't get to see the sixth one and it was just complaining about losing all the 5 that he saw, or if he's actually just on 5. But yeah. And we see an Archer on archives, making sure that the Nobkiri doesn't get any more free runs, and the Omakua is not powerful enough to get through that one.
No. Now, you do have access to things. Obviously, breaking tools, people immediately jump to things like Botulus. But we did see get milled over there a Tranquilizer, which is the other really, really powerful combo. Once you have Hive Mind plus Cookbook, Tranquilizer is an instant D-res when it gets installed. It instantly comes in with the 3 counters, so that's really, really strong for Jai to have access to. And finding a new clone chip is really, really big here.
Yeah, that gives him a lot of play. It gives him the hive mind back if necessary. That's 2 more strength on the Omakua. And with the Butlers on the Street Peddler, we might be able to get through some ice and then make the engine start again.
I'd be really interested. Obviously, we saw Parasite as well, which is really big. I'd love to know if we have something like chisels as well for just extra ice destruction, or even something kind of spicy like a crew maybe. Because currently HQ and R&D very lightly defended. If Jai is able to puncture a hole in one of these central servers, that's where Hive Mind Max really starts to shine. Is getting an infinite imp down and start pressuring central is really hard, just accruing so much value.
Yeah, using the medium to get even more accesses here and there. Although lots of these cards are currently in the heap, and Jai is going to need some recursion tools with to get there. Between the Laborites and the Deja Vus, most of those will get back in hand sooner rather than later.
I gotta say, Jai is sending me back on a big nostalgia trip looking at this deck. This deck was super sick. Finding a Hive Mind actually off the Gachapon, interrupt my little nostalgia ramblings. That is a huge find. That saves you a clone ship, which means now that you can use your clone ship as a toolbox card to get back a breaking tool, a tranquilizer, potentially the parasite as well. That's a really good hit off the Gachapon.
Honestly, quite tough choice on what to remove here. I think, yeah, that makes sense. Getting rid of the Steelskin and one of the Bachelai. You're not going to be able to keep all the Bachelai on the board anyway, so one is not the end of the world. And Street Peddler, oh my god, going on the curtains wall.
Okay, yeah, so we're going to see this remote busted open. If people don't, again, if you were to rant for when this deck was in Standard, which wasn't that long ago, it was only, actually, I say that now, it's 4 years ago. But yeah, this is, you might look at a board state like this and think, well, how is this deck meant to actually break ice? Like, there's 3 ice on the remote. How are you meant to get through? This is how you get through. You'll be amazed at what this deck is able to do. You can botchless through this curtain wall. You've access to a clone chip as well, and your Amakua is able to get through any of the mid-range ice. What Haverfund wants on this remote is 3 big pieces of ice, but even then, you have stuff like Tranquilizer to put a dent in it. So yeah, really interested to see how Jai navigates this run, presumably on server 1.
Yeah, 4 strength on Yamakua is not that much. I might be scared to face check both of those eyes. That being said, with between the clone chip and just like the knowing that most of the eyes on Alex's side of the board are just very big end runs, I think we're gonna see Jai contesting the remote, and we'll see what happens to that remote. We'll see what ends up getting rezzed.
This is a really good res for Jai, just to hoard him on HQ. The Amakua, Haverfund will need to, I think, manually break that. I don't know if Jai is. He might realize that he can just break this with the Amakua. It's matching strength. He didn't need to. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He runs back. Right now, not advanced, although if Alex finds the time to triple advance his Hortum, he'll force Jai to install the Black Orchestra. It's not that bad, it's just 1 credit more expensive than breaking with Omakua without counting obviously the 3 credits to install it.
And this is pretty good now. Getting Amakua to 6th strength, anything above 6th strength is really just going to be an end run. So Jai is able to just run this remote pretty safely now.
Yeah, getting through this quite cheaply. The Bachelor is getting rid of the curtains wall. The only thing I think would be kind of tough to deal with is another curtains wall behind the first one, because it would be the outermost again because of the crash condition on the oversight AI. But I think the clone chip would help Jai deal with that pretty quickly anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you've access to the tranquilizer as well. Like if Haverfund reses a second curtain wall, so there's a board control, not a huge worry.
Not a scary one.
And then you have clone chip to deal with whatever is on the inner, the inside of the remote here.
That's an innermost curtain as well. Not the scariest of eyes, and definitely something that Jai can deal with just with using money.
But Jai is able to just run back and just get the tranquilizer here, and this is going to be an instant D-res. So this remote is not safe, or is not is not particularly well defended at the minute.
Really important here to use a tranquilizer instead of the Botulus, because the Botulus would still get through the curtain as well, but making sure that Alex cannot bounce back the curtain as well right now is going to slow down the corp a lot. Alex is down on 7 credits, so he cannot afford to res that ice or any meaningfully big ice right now, and Jai's Omako is just flying away with strength.
This Omako, I think, is the potential now to run away with the game. I think the next thing at this point, all Jai needs to find is symbol chips, and what you'll see with this deck is you'll get into what people call stabby mode, which is where you run out of cards in stack, and your labor rights just become get back whatever 3 cards that I want, which is 9 times out of 10 is just more symbol chips.
Yeah, I wonder if I know the deck wasn't like when the deck was legal. We didn't have access. We couldn't play Deja Vu again because that rotated. So I wonder if the play pattern changes here, and instead of the instant speed tools, you end up getting just more cards through the Deja Vus.
Yeah, I think it's going to depend, I think, on what the matchup is. Maybe here you want access to the Deja Vus, just so you can get back as many Botuli, parasites, whatever as possible. But yeah, having access to Deja Vu is really, really big. And yeah, we're seeing the Kurt wall just gets trashed. It's too much of a liability. With the tranquilizer on, it basically means you can never keep it resed.
Yeah, it would be expensive to res and then just get bounced back sooner or later. So it's not gonna give Alex more money than it's gonna save him.
Could be seeing an early rebirth here, and yeah, I think it just wants to pressure now. Central servers. Usually Omar was the default.
Although I don't think Omar makes tons of sense here with the Archer already on archives.
You could see something like a Null, maybe. I mean, Null, you'll run out of cards quickly, but it makes your Amaku a little bit better. Omar is still decent.
So the 2 things I was considering are maybe a Freedom Kumalo to use all the virus counters you're generating to try and apply some disruption to the corp, or maybe a Quetzal. A lot of these big eyes are buyers, and some of them don't have a lot of subroutines. So maybe a single Quetzal can get you through a piece of ice, even though the curve purged you away. Although I don't think that's particularly effective, maybe in all game board states.
Looking at Arena as well. Quetzal, I think, is not a bad shout. I do actually kind of like the Freedom pick. I remember in Standard, one of the biggest corps, Ed Kim. Okay, interesting choice to go with. I know in Standard at the time, one of the big corps was the BTL government takeover deck, and you wanted to rebirth into Freedom there, so you could kind of blow up the Red Planet Couriers and stuff, and blow up some of the big pieces of ice.
Ed Kim does something similar, at least.
Yeah, Ed Kim does a very similar role. It's just a little bit less flexible, but it's less of attacks on your counters. And hitting the Trojan horse is pretty big. I mean, you have the credit lead now, but just denying that option for Haver Fun is huge.
Oh, the other thing I think that Jai could have considered is maybe turning into noise and expecting to install more viruses that could lead up to a sizable chunk of accesses. Although you would have to then at some point face off against the Archer, and I think he feels in control right now and doesn't feel the need to mill the corp out for accesses and slow them down through crashing the operations.
I kind of almost feel as if that the rebirth was maybe slightly too early. I think you could have waited on the rebirth and just wait to see how the board develops, because I don't think you were any major rush. But yeah, this is Jai now very firmly in control. This is what these kind of Nobkiri virus decks were very, very good at doing, was just getting to a point in the game where they kind of pivot, or they kind of begin to turn and just start to put just kind of put a real like hold on the corp, on being able to kind of do their game plan effectively, just being able to attack from multiple different angles, going for a nerve agent with the deja vu.
Interesting. So making sure Jai sees the whole of HQ every time, and makes sure to trash any operation that's there at least one every turn.
And this is, we're going to see the slight issue now of manually purging, because with the Black Orchestra in the bin and with access to Fermenter Cookbook, Jai will be able to get through this Hortum no problem and start to build up those counters again with Nobkiri. But happy to just take it a little bit slowly here. Just install some cards. MU never really a concern for this deck between Progenitor and Nobkiri.
Interesting choice on Jai's side to take it slow. I think I would have personally tried to maximize Nobkiri triggers and probably would have pushed HQ right away. But he feels there's no need to rush. The corp is not going anywhere. And the more the game goes, the stronger the Nobkiri engine becomes. So maybe taking it slow, definitely a choice that might work out for Jai. Apparently, we've been missing some memes that Koga's been posting on the overlay.
I did quickly just check the chat there just to see what folks are saying. And yeah, apparently Koga has been using the chat overlay to great effect.
Lovely.
Love to see it. Thank you, Koga. I hope you're having fun in the booth.
Alex here thinking through his lines. He has the corp down, the runner down to very few virus tokens, but it feels like a tough position to play from. Getting that Archer might have become a bit of a problem, because Archer is only 4 credits to res, so it doesn't get bounced particularly well by Blue Sun. So in retrospect, maybe getting a big eyes that you can then bounce back and repurpose, or just use the money for something else, could have been a better choice.
Yeah, I think Alex it's really, really tough, because you're a deck that wants to install all these big pieces of ice at Curtain Walls, Tithoniums, Hadrian's Wall as well as an option that you have. You want to install these big pieces of ice, but it's really, really hard to do when the runner just has this sort of control on the board state. As soon as Drive is able to find room to install an imp and start using the infinite imp engine, it's going to get even harder for Alex to build a board state.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jai managed to force Alex to res a Curtains Wall, and then basically trash 2 of them. One through the Oversight AI, and then the second one with just resing it and making it worthless for Blue Sun. So that definitely was a point that swung the game forward in the runner's favor.
Yeah, this is what the Hive Mind deck used to do, is it would kind of struggle or set up for a couple of turns, and then in a very sort of shaper playstyle would eventually just say, okay, now I'm going to pivot to controlling the board and controlling the corpse win conditions, and it would begin to slowly lock out the corp from being able to kind of build any kind of a board. We're seeing Jai run into HQ, start charging up the Hive Mind again, getting the engine rolling. Nerve Agent.
So many cards.
That's ridiculous. Okay, maybe I was too quick to dismiss the Nerve Agent. Ed Kim being able to take care of the Scarcity Resource. Scarcity Resource is a little bit blank at the minute.
Yeah, Jai seeing 2 of them. I think the second one popped up on the screen because the first one got trashed by Ed Kim, and then the second one, obviously, Jai couldn't do anything about it. But yeah, Jai's going to deal with that current very quickly, and after that, I think the labor rights will kind of find 1 or 2 copies of Rumor Mill back and making sure nothing unique gets used ever again.
Mm-hmm.
Although I don't know if Alex is playing a lot of unique cards that would need Rumor Mill to be played to for Jai's advantage.
Yeah, I don't think Rumor Mill does much. It turns off Hollow Man, which it looks like is one of the deck's main scoring
a good point.
Scoring conditions, but I don't think Alex is in a great. I don't think Alex is worried too much about Hollow Man right now. This is a little bit of a risky run. You do have Paperclip in the bin. You have Black Orchestra. I think the only rough thing is an Archer, which is going to cost you.
It's going to be expensive. I think
credits?
it's 11. It's actually 14.
14. Good lord.
Yeah. Most of Jai's credit pool, although that fermenter on 4.
I just saw the fermenter is going to click for 14 credits. So basically just wipe away that Archer break.
Yeah. I just realized a bit of a number between Edward Kim and Omakua is that as long as Haverfun has operations in hand, that Omakua should never get counters.
Which we can see there's at least 2 more. So running HQ is not going to get much for Jai. Other than these, well, to be fair, it'll get the
Hive-Mind counters.
The Hive-Mind counters, yes. The other thing as well, that Archer Res, I think now is a big issue because Jai will be able to just tranquilize one of these archers, and Haverfun won't be able to advance them or res them until an agenda is scored.
I mean, yeah, that doesn't sound great for Haverfun, but on the other hand, I think it really needed some ice, and I mean, the Archer is probably what he got. We didn't see any ice in hand, and I think slowing down the Relentless Assault on HQ was something that Haverfun had to do.
I agree. Like, I don't think it was a bad play at all. I think it's just unfortunate with the way.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, I would expect the Archer to get tranquilized sooner. And all the bean breakers are also really good with Simul Chip. They're just amazing fodder for the Simul Chip that requires 1 program to get trashed, but that's not the end of the world when you get to install it back again as soon as you encounter the right type of ice.
Were you a Hivemind Max enjoyer when it was legal and standard, Wirelock?
I was not. I was playing something much more regular, although Koga in my meta was definitely rocking the Hivemind Max, so I played against this deck a lot.
Yes.
I know how it feels to play against it. I've taken Jai's list for a spin in Eternal in the past week, and it's really, really good fun. So I can see the appeal behind it.
Yeah, this was I remember playing this during Continental season, and it was. If you've never had the thrill of tranquilizing a Hydra out of Acme, that was a fun time to be playing Netrunner, let me tell you.
Yeah. Back when Acme was metaphors and not, unfortunately, getting left behind. Maybe for good, Yeah,
yeah. Well, the less we say about Acme, maybe the better. But
yeah. Alex, you're drawing up. I don't know what looking for. He ended up bouncing the Hortum, which makes sense. It wasn't protecting HQ particularly well, and I know the Corp probably could use the 4 credits better than that piece of ice on HQ.
I wonder here. I'm just trying to do the maths here. I kind of wonder, is fetching a Parasite to deal with the Archer? I guess it's much of a muchness. The Parasite will come in with a counter, so it'll bring the Archer down to 2 strength. which means then that you can just break it with the Amakua. Maybe getting the Tranquilizer is just better. It functionally does the same thing, but maybe destroying it. Maybe you want to cut off the option for Alex to re-res it at some point.
Yeah, I mean, both are comparable. I think you get the Parasite down on the Corpse turn, you get to bring the Archer down to 1 strength right away, and then with a single Knobkerry trigger on a Hive Mind, you get to trash it. So I mean, whether it gets derezzed or completely trashed in the next turn, that Archer on HQ has a very short lifespan.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, one way or another, it's not going to be defending HQ for much longer.
Yeah, and I mean, I see Jai keep hammering on HQ, making sure that Alex cannot win the game, and sooner or later we'll see him pivot to R&D, just find a way to install a medium, and then with the very overcharged Hive Mind, just access a bunch of cards right away. We have all 3 Deja Vus in the bin, and one of the Liberates, so we are running lowish on recursion, but all the Liberates are going to find most of the cards. And I think Jai here is calculating what he's missing, so he knows whether he can use the Liberates to trash those 3 cards, or if he is better off drawing them.
I think he can safely labor rights at this point. I don't know exactly what is left. I don't know what the full deck list is, but I think you're pretty safe to labor rights, and you have enough recursion, I think, that you can just kind of blind labor rights here, I think. I don't think it's going to set you back too much in this board state. I guess the only thing you'd be really concerned about is... Actually, no, I was going to say you might hit a clone chip, but I think you have 5 of the chips here, but maybe Jai wants to get the 6th.
Yeah, Jai might end up trying to find the last clone chip.
Although I don't think you can. I think there is only 5 chips. The 5 chips are 10 influence, plus 3 from Tranquilizer is 13, 1 from Rebirth, 1 from Amakua is 15. So.
Oh yeah, right. You're right. So that's definitely there's only 5 chips in the deck. There's this medium coming down, and Jai instantly switches his focus back to R&D.
Yeah. We're gonna see. This was replace medium with conduit, and this was how Hive Mind Max used to win games in standard. You just pivot to R&D, and Jai is going to see 6 cards from R&D now.
Medium is so complicated to calculate.
Yeah, I don't understand, man. Yeah, 6. It looks like.
It looks like 6, yeah. Leaving the Jackson Arrow on top, looks like.
Leave the Jackson on top. Trojan's going to get There's a Chiashi.
Chiashi looks scary, but isn't particularly scary with the stack being completely empty and the pin breakers being good fodder for that, and Scarcity getting trashed by the steal from Jai's side.
Not that it was doing a ton really in this board. The deck only plays 2 resources of note, the cookbook and the gamble. And yeah, here's Jai just firing off his labor rights, getting back, clone chip, Deja Vu, it looks like.
He's thinking about it. I don't think he clicked on anything yet. We see a labor rights, what looks like a clone chip.
Probably over the fermenter, probably gonna get it gets the Deja Vu.
Makes sense.
It makes sense. It's as good as getting back the fermenters straight away.
Yeah, the clone chip gets you something at paid ability speed, which might be necessary to get through some ice here and there, and then Deja Vu is just a lot of options.
Have her fun. Yeah, there is. I think acknowledging the position that they're in, Jai just kind of has access to he's just able to get into basically anywhere at the minute. There's little to no way of getting locked out. There's the Jackson, but that's just going to make these medium digs even better now. Yeah,
Jai will have access to a lot of new cards, a lot of new accesses on top of R&D because of this deep draw from Alex's side. And I mean, as long as he can break through an Archer, Jai can just run HQ and find every single agenda that Alex is hiding.
Alex is going to get to flash in this Chiashi, but that Chiashi is going to get tranquilized. And Alex isn't in a position to re-res it.
Yeah, I wonder if Jai is just gonna deja vu the tranquilizer, or is gonna use the simul chip to get rid of it.
I think you're happy deja vuing. Your chips are so valuable just with the instant speed interaction that I think you want to save them for when you need them. Like if you get blown out by a particularly nasty face check.
Yeah, that makes
go
sense.
deja vu, grab the tranquilizer, probably get a fermenter back just so your money is good. Maybe get the getting the parasite is also perfectly fine. Deals with the archer. Now you're able to deal with both of the big ice. I think if Alex was in a position to re-res the Chiashi, you might have seen him use the Simul chip instead. But because Alex is on 8 credits, you can sorcery speed this tranquilizer pretty nicely.
Yeah, interesting choice to have the parasite instead of the Chizo. Parasite, something that works best with those chips because it deals with ice at instant speed, but it requires the ice to be res, which is maybe not the greatest way to deal with ice in all situations. Chizo kind of has the upper hand on being able to be installed on face down ice, and there we go. Jai just finding all the points.
Yeah, getting all the points. Trashing the hive mind for the rub-ins for the SDS. Yeah, well played to Jai. Very unfortunate for Alex. Just like we just got to see the power of Hive Mind Max there into these kind of slightly slower Glacier decks. People who played in Standard back then will remember that it was a deck that was very, very good into things like Palana Agriplex.
Yeah.
The Palana Food Glacier deck.
Yeah.
Palana Agriplex, that is a different card. But yeah, Palana was a similar Glacier deck that just got kind of munched on upon by Hive Mind Max. So very well played to Jai. And Alex there puts Jai up into, again, another nice position for him for taking down the league. Puts him onto 27 points along with OF15 and Augustus. But here we have, speaking of top of the table, Toron. This is Toron's final match, as we said. So Toron is looking for as many. He'll be wanting all 6 points from this match versus Ren to give himself the best possible position of winning the league next week.
Yeah. On the other side, Ren, I think they had their bye week last week, so we haven't seen this Valencia be played. Valencia, an ID that we have not seen a lot of. The main play card out of Valencia that we see right away in Ren's hand is that blackmail, getting through any server without ice being able to be rezzed. Unfortunately, quite expensive on the point side, so something that's keeping these kind of style a little bit low. And for that exact reason, we see Ren rocking the activist meeting instead of the probably more popular rumor mill.
Yeah, this is a deck that was a little bit popular before the points list introduction, playing blackmail and crowdfunding. So crowdfunding blackmail Val, and you just blackmail with medium over and over and over again. That was a deck that was able to play any current it wanted. I believe it played Employee Strike instead. But yeah, because of the power of this combo, you are restricted to playing Activist Meeting, which is still a pretty good current in its own right, but unfortunately is nowhere near as good as we know to Rumor Mill or E-Strike.
Yeah, very, very, very good against assets. Maybe not as powerful against the fast advance CI that we've seen Toron and Laria rock in this phase and the last one. So we'll see how this one plays out.
And this is pretty decent opener for Ren. The Rebirth is great, obviously. Blackmail is great. Yeah, this makes sense as a keep here. You don't have a ton of pressure, but this is you have your two best cards, where you've some of your best cards in the deck. You have a current to deal with anything that might come down, maybe a potential defective brain chips or something from Tehran, just to kind of slow them down a little bit. So yeah, this could be better, could be a little richer maybe, but this is a good start. And I've just realized as well, Ren slightly going above minimum deck size to 52 instead of...
Yeah, you're right. Thoron right away blocking out the access to HQ, which makes sense. If Ren ends up rebirthing to either Kim or Freedom, but like Edward Kim would make sense as a great way to slow down a combo. They're considering rather all their options, and Omar would be the other one that would instantly jump to my mind. Something that would make sense.
I think you probably go Ed Kim. Freedom, you're only going to be hitting zero costers, which doesn't hit anything from the combo. It's stuff like Audacity or Shipment from Kaguya. Going for Wizard though, not a terrible shout. There are trashables in the deck.
Yeah, one of which the big deal that is part of the combo, and there's close fresh movement getting removed right away. Pays dividends right instantly for Ren.
There was a little bit of a risk there. If that was an ice that Torum was able to res, it does make your blackmail a little bit worse, but I think this deck is a little bit less all in on blackmail spam. I think it's playing stuff like the Clan Vengeance Zero combo. We do see Zero. Zero is also another risky one with blackmail because you don't want it to get hit. But yeah, this isn't too bad of a start from Ren, finding the disruption, having a blackmail for when they need to start kind of getting into remotes. But similarly from Toron, not too bad of a start either. Just going through the clearances, getting set up.
Last turn from Toron was Archive Memories for Corporate Hospitality and then Corporate Hospitality for Archive Memories.
Incredible.
Yeah, destroying 2 and getting 2 credits with 3 clicks.
Yeah. We see here a medium in hand. A medium is going to be pretty good. Throwing out a blackmail, it looks like. But no, going for the
considering.
Yeah.
Putting down a medium and then running right away is going to put some pressure on Toron to ice it up, and then the blackmail definitely helps getting even more accesses. There's a good chance that Ren wins the game if they find enough points early on. And getting to slow down the CI right away is important, especially when this YDL gets them so much money.
We're seeing the blackmail get hit by Zero, and that was the issue that this deck had with playing the Zero engine. Obviously, Val is not an ID that draws, and it's a 50-card deck, so you're gonna have struggles there. So you do want to import something like Zero, but if the Zero hits your blackmail, depending on how much recursion you have, is really, really difficult for the deck.
Yeah, it is tough, but I think Ren correctly realizing that the matchup is getting played around those Clan Vengeances, and being able to slow down Toron, make sure the chances of getting that combo down are as low as possible are going to be important. And we see the one of Toron's favorite card in this league, that Helium Beta Test, fighting against the Clan Vengeance.
I didn't know that card hit 2 things at once. I thought that I thought it just dealt with an installed resource, but it takes care of hardware as well.
Yeah, pretty good.
And finding a global food initiative as well off the top. You just want to find points here, and try and kind of win as quickly as you can. Toron is now comfortably in big deal range. So yeah, I think Ren just wants to try and find ways into R&D just to get as many accesses as they possibly can here.
Yeah. Also, important to say, an adjustment that Toron made from phase 2 to phase 3 is switching the Veteran projects to this GFI, which combined with the Vanity project makes it really, really hard for the runner to just win off of very few accesses. You have to steal 3 agendas or at least 2 Vanity project to win the game. And with 6 agendas in that 49 card deck, that's a really tall order.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, Ren facing off against that Bran, using Paperclip, which is probably the best fractor to deal with this big ice, when instead letting it fire, and then Thoron using it to install 1 ice behind that.
Rental's been able to find two more blackmails here, which with a medium that's beginning to rack up counters is really, really nice. Torn finding Jackson. I wonder here. You probably do want to pressure the Jackson at some point. The question is, do you want to just fire off these blackmails? RD is looking thin, so your odds of hitting aren't too terrible.
Yeah.
But yeah, to pressure the Jackson and then probably run back with a blackmail. Find Banghar though and Clan Vengeance great pickups for Ren here.
Yeah, instantly installing the banker down. That's going to be really, really important to get through some of these eyes. With that blackmail as well, there's going to be so many axes on R&D. I don't think Thorin feels pressured to purge that medium, which might end up meaning that Ren gets to see a lot of cards on R&D.
Mm-hmm. The other nice thing about the Banghars as well is that if you do end up with an ice getting rezzed, it does let you if there's one ice on a server, it does let you still blackmail through. And yeah, Ren is just going for it, just using these blackmails as aggressively as possible.
I wonder if waiting would have been another choice on Ren's side. Waiting to see if Thorin draws more cards and maybe get to access different cards after R&D, but then you run into the likely chance of the corp just purging away your medium and then making your accesses much less interesting.
Yeah, I think it's fine to just fire them off there when you know that you have a window to do so, and get good value out of it. Ren just going for the run here. Not too worried. You don't really care about ice getting res now because your blackmails are gone. There's a Fairchild. Here protecting R&D. Hitting the Clan Vengeances, that's a very, very rough hit, not getting an agenda out of it. I think a purge here is going to set back Ren a very, very significant amount.
Yeah, getting to access R&D through that Fairchild tree is something, but quite the tough spot. Although Torn is still like a couple of several credits actually away from comboing off with only 23 right now, which is not low, but is far from the astounding 40 credits I think that the corp needs to score. And this Arc Lockdown getting rid of all 3 Clan Vengeances, I mean there's no recursion in Ren's deck that's gonna bring that disruption back.
Yeah, that Arc Lockdown is huge for Ren. Being able to just clear the Clan Vengeances away. Now all the disruption is gone, so really tough for Ren here to kind of claw back into it. It's you really wanted those medium digs with the blackmails to yield in a couple of points. So yeah, this is a tricky board state for Ren. Not impossible, but definitely tricky.
Yeah, we'll see how the runner navigates this one, but not that many cards to play with, and not a lot of disruption left. And this is Helium Beta Test coming down probably means the end of Banker and the Light the Fire, or the Respirosite instead for Thorin's choice. Ooh, and that's an annoying one. Finding the Deja Vu right after Thorin removes the Clan Vengeances. Although I think Ren probably looking to get back some of those blackmails.
Getting back to blackmails isn't too bad. I kind of wonder getting back reciprocates.
That's a good way of drawing. And when I think Ren is expecting Thorin to be on the Jupstud kill kind of line, they might have played this game before last week's stream. And the Respirosite is a good way of making sure you don't die from the brain rewiring plus defective brain chip combo.
Mm-hmm. Finding more deja vus. If Ren is able to get to enough cards in hand and build up enough of a buffer, enough cards have been cleared now. We're seeing a Vanity project getting scored here, so The clock is firmly on, but the deja vu's here. If Ren is able to build up enough of a buffer, enough cards have been cleared from R&D that a blackmail run on R&D here could yield enough points. Yeah, I think you kind of just want to snap off one of these deja vus as quickly as you can to get a blackmail, and then just run R&D and hope that a 6-card medium dig is enough.
Yeah, looks like Ren is taking the setup turn, and it could end up working for them, but it's also really, really risky when you consider that Thoron might just snap off the win here with a second copy of Big Deal.
Yeah, we could see, if we see a Biotic into a Big Deal, that will be GG. But Thoron icing up Archives
And getting back a Biotic Labor.
and sticking an upgrade on HQ. That smells to me like a Mavirus or Cyberdex Virus Suite, my apologies.
Yeah, we've seen Larea play 4 of them last week, and then ended up being amazing for her to get through the Clot Lock that Thoron built for her. So I'm expecting Thoron to have one or multiple of these instant speed purge upgrades. So I'm expecting that, and that's gonna be very tough for Ren, who was kind of relying on that medium to get the necessary accesses rather to win the game.
It's a tricky little position. It's definitely, you have access to a blackmail of the deja vu. You also have access to Mad Dash.
We just Mad Dashing R&D.
I kind of love it. Yeah. Fair child. Honest to God, fair child. I think so. You can just eat all of this.
Yeah, I think you might be able to get through this. Yeah,
Yeah.
and Ren does.
And you can just click through the Fairchild here. So this could be this could be game.
Yeah,
this
it needs to be a vanity project, but it could be game.
Yes, there's the Cyberdex Virus Suite. So if this is a vanity project off the top, that's GG. It's a violet level. That's so unfortunate.
Now we want to see. Now we're down 8 credits, so we're unfortunately quite off from breaking the next Fairchild.
Hopefully you get, so it does hit this the I've had worse, which is something.
It's pretty good. Although you don't have clicks to use that Creative Commission. And
as Ren, I think you just need to hope that you have enough time, but you really don't, unfortunately.
That's the first Biotic. It's the second Biotic. I think Thoron needs a third copy of Biotic Labor.
Yeah, you need a third copy, or you need something like an Audacity, which I don't think they're running. Yeah, Ren is just saying that's fine. Yeah, this is a pretty straightforward undo here. But it's really tough as Ren to find a line here to kind of get through. If this is another ice on R&D, I think that's just lights out.
Ends up installing a new server. If that's a wage worker and you don't contest it right away, or at least this turn, that's enough clicks for Thoron to score out the GFI from hand with the 2 copies of Biotic Labor that we saw. So this is a really, really tough situation, tough position to be in, because the Corp is threatening to score out in a matter of turns. Although Ren is like a couple of turns away from being able to face check again that Fairchild into Fairchild 3 combo. Instead, running on HQ, knowing that there's an agenda there, turn to score, and hoping to be able to face check one or multiple eyes on HQ.
Yeah, I think this is, I'm not sure. Oh, I see. So I think Ren knows that whatever this is just going to keep them out. It's a Wotan.
Wotan.
Okay, and yeah, just hoping that there was a face down. Face down agenda. That's a God. The ice suite here is wild, but Fairchilds and Wotans. Yeah, I think this is I think unfortunately for Ren, what they needed to do is just kind of try and make enough money so that they could do one last mad dash into R&D.
I think the play makes sense. I mean, slowing down the corp is definitely a play.
It buys you
and with,
time, yeah.
yeah,
It definitely
and with
buys you time.
CI probably has to discard a couple of cards here, which might be enough. They're only down to 6 cards in R&D, so while they're very close to scoring out, Torrent has to do it in an efficient manner quite quickly.
Getting the hacktivist meeting mightn't do much in this board state. This is you have a critical asset already rezzed, so it's unlikely we're seeing any other rezzes. But yeah, just making money and clicking for credits.
Yeah,
I don't think.
running the earning server 7, trying to find something
Jackson.
to trash. Just a Jackson.
And yeah, this looks like it could be the multiple biotics into the big deal for the win.
Looks like it, yeah. And then just a single big deal seals the deal for Taran. And need to turn on 2 credits, but all the 7 points they need.
And there we go.
Really close one. I think Ren put up an amazing pressure against that CI, which is like a really, really good corp right now.
Yeah, CI is just able to attack you and just like not being able to definitely know what kind of deck you're playing against. But yeah, it's just tricky to kind of know exactly what, or it's difficult to keep up with like just the amount of power that the CI deck has. But very, very well played, I think, by Ren. Some very unlucky medium digs, unfortunately, I think.
Yeah.
And well done to Tehran, who is now down to his final game in the ESL. He is sitting now on 30 points, an extra win. This win will put him on 33, which puts him in a great position to survive through to next week and still keep him in a very comfortable position. So this is kind of a must win. Not quite a must win, but definitely a win Torin is looking for. So we'll see if Ren can disrupt things and make things a little bit harder for Toron going into the final week.
Yeah, let's get into it. We don't know what CI Ren is piloting today. It could be any kind of kill or fast advance. And on the other side, we've seen Toron play this World Review in different situations here and there. This time around, up on 225 cards. And I don't think we need to comment on the starting hand because that's literally 5 random cards out of a pile that's quite massive.
I don't like. Does this deck ever mulligan? Like, does it need to?
You can mulligan for a better hand, but I don't think you need anything in particular to work.
Yeah.
And I think the diesel into Blue Moose is basically enough of a reason for a turn to keep this one. There's also like a couple of cheap installs here and there that you can turn into something else. I think Turn is calculating whether these cards are enough to find the necessary tech to survive kill lines or fast advance lines from CI, especially since we don't know what kind of CI this one is.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like there's some kind of heuristics to calculate whether this is a good hand or not, because Thorin's taking his time thinking about this one.
This is a weird one. It looks clunky. Yeah, Ren pointing out it makes sense because any card in the game could be in the mulligan.
Yeah, they're not wrong.
Yeah, this flame out is secretly a feedback filter.
Yeah, 100% could be. Ren asking how's the PU matchup, which I think Thorin is not particularly scared about getting milled out by PU in this situation. Ren just pushing 2 new remotes. We will get to see them back again and drawing up card. Thorin going through the motions, getting the coalescence down to get the 3 credits, and then using them plus a simul chip or the self-modifying card rather. And Carbon is a woo to get the wall tree and find any useful program here.
It's kind of amazing how it just lines up so perfectly, the credit costs.
Yeah.
It's bang on 8 credit. The fetching the coalescence gets you exactly enough money to fetch the world tree on click 3, which is yeah, I think that's kind of the key to making this deck really, really work the way it's been able to so far in the league.
Yeah, it's a combination of cards that were not designed to be together in any shape or form. I know Coalescence, when Coalescence got designed, I don't think Commentate was even in the format anymore. I think Litesa would have spotted the obvious way too good combo from a mile away. But these 3 or 4 cards just shine together here.
Ren finding one of the clearances here. Clearance in all but name.
Yeah.
Finding the corporate hospitality, getting back a Spin Doctor from archives after it was overwritten.
Just digging quite deeply, quite quickly. Spin Doctor kind of tells me that we're not going to see Jackson, so I think Ren is on some kind of quite expensive point-wide corp. Unless there's a really good reason to use Spin Doctor. I think Jackson is usually the preferred choice for CI, the way you get to dig deeper and kind of feel your hand. If you are on a much higher credit total, and with YDL, that's usually the case.
I think there's usually some argument to playing Spin Doctor if you prefer the tempo over the recursion, as in the clickless 2 credits. But yeah, generally speaking, Jackson I think is just going to be better. And you're only going to play Spin Doctor if you are constrained on eternal points.
Mm-hmm. Ron here thinking on what he wants to find through that world tree. If this is a game that's going to require 2 world trees, if it's already necessary to find tech cards, or if the engine needs more pieces to get going. I'm expecting a Dag Deer to hit the board this turn or next turn. That's usually the go-to MU saver, and also discounts all the future coalescences and kind of throwaway programs. Instead, we see a Leprechaun, so maybe looking to expand the rig further in a much quicker way.
Yeah, we're beginning to see this Leprechaun. The Leprechauns, the Dag Deers, are very much the glue that holds everything together in a very precarious manner. If you've never seen the World Tree deck operate with its rig, it's layers upon layers of rig stacking and demon usage. Malia Blacking the Blue Moose is pretty good. It's gonna shut off the economy, but all Toron needs to do is presumably drop this Ghost Runner, find a Miss Bones maybe, or just fetch out any program and turn it into a Parisha.
Yeah, I'm expecting something similar to happen. Miss Bones, a shadow that I think I would expect in the deck, but I don't know if Toron even has the influence for something that luxurious. It is, while very powerful, it is a resource or something that the deck cannot find that consistently, and it's also quite expensive. In it is a couple of points of influence, and maybe you're really constrained on those since you're playing so many cards.
Still no great sign either for what flavor of CI Ren is playing. The Wage Workers could be CI7, the kind of score 7 points version. We could still be on brain rewiring, or we could be seeing something completely different to the kind of the 2 main quote unquote CI combos. This could be something like the Vanity Project Big Deal that Toron has been playing.
Yeah, we haven't seen much from Ren that indicates anything. And that's like one of the scary part about having to play CI completely blind. Arbitrary combo. I know I've piloted my fair share of janky combos out of CI, and they all look the same from the outside. All the clearances and the draw and credits you usually make kind of are part of the shell, and then you get to put anything on top. Looks like Toron has put down another Coalescence. You looking to trash that and challenging right away the Malia to get the blue moose back. Let me see, World Tree hitting the board. So this is going to be a double World Tree.
A double tree. We're playing. Toron has said that he does not want to play Netrunner, and he instead wants to play Arboretum.
Yeah. Using the money from that Ghost Runner and then probably trashing it to one of the World Tree triggers to get a new resource. Oh no, actually, no, I totally missed it. Toron used the World Tree to find the second copy. I figured he'd use the self-modifying code, but no, it ends up choosing a maybe slower, more calculated line instead of blowing all the credits. Also, probably didn't have the money at the time to go through all of that.
Ren asking the very valid question of why is World Tree not a unique?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe a slight flavor fail, but yeah, receive the power of being able to slam down 2 World Trees in this deck.
Thorin keeps on thinking, finds another line, and then uses the both World Tree to find more pieces, and actually ended up having the misbones.
Yeah, getting the misbones there just to kind of deal with the assets. Is that a biometric spoof? This is one of my favorite things about this deck, is just seeing what Toron has plugged into it to act as World Tree fodder. A biometric spoofing hitting the table.
Yeah, a lot of very cheap to install cards are definitely in the list just to become fodder for the World Tree. Although many of them kind of do play a role from time to time in the right circumstances.
Another Malia hitting the table, blanking the daily cast. It is just going to get eaten up by the misbones, but it's going to slow down Toron just a little bit, which might be exactly just what kind of the. Again, Toron tends to run the World Tree deck tends to run, I think, a little bit low on liquid credits for a couple of turns. So I think just slowing them down a little bit is enough to kind of buy a breathing window. It forces the Malia to get disposed of, forces misbones credits to be used.
Yeah. The usual go-to, I think, for the credits when it comes to end game situation is getting down to Rozekis and just using them to drip. But if Ren can extend the window in which turn isn't very rich and has to kind of juggle all these parts with a limited credit pool, that gives them a wider window to kind of fire off a combo and win the game on the spot. So I think Ren is doing a really good job at slowing down this World Tree engine that looks relentless from the outside, but definitely isn't fully online yet.
Dropping the misdirection, this is more than likely just more World Tree fodder.
Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, the Dag Deer.
And down the hyperdriver, that's quite the good find for Toron rather. It's usually one of the ways that the World Tree kind of accelerates the pace of the game. Using that extra, almost extra turn to just draw, install the right pieces, and then turn them into whatever necessary World Tree.
Ren sitting on 18 credits, taking a bit of time to think. We could finally see a trigger getting pulled here on whatever the combo is that CI is backing, assuming it is a combo of some description and not, a strange reg acid or glacier deck.
I can't remember if biometric spoofing protects the runner from core damage.
I'm gonna be honest, I can't even remember what it says.
It does. It tries to prevent 2 damage, so exactly enough to save Toron's life in case of a
Okay.
brain wearing combo.
Okay, so it's not just a random zero cost resource to include.
It's
It
also
has
2 to install apparently, so definitely
two.
something that Toron put in as a search target rather than necessarily fodder. Although it turns into almost credit for credit some anything else with the world retrigger.
So we're seeing a wage worker here, so this is going to be an extra click gained. Are we going to see a combo here, or is this maybe just going to be some setup? Or we're seeing a biotic
Double
come out,
biotic?
double biotic into quad advance, I imagine. Probably scoring an FCOM here, maybe.
That would make sense. Ooh, or maybe going for multiple agendas at the same time.
And Toron doesn't have any kind of paid abilities here, so no clot is going to come out. So this is... I'm trying to think what this could be. This could be a CI7 combo. They did, like, you do play stuff like Kaguya / business as usual. There's the Kaguya. This could also be rewiring coming down.
I would be skeptical of rewiring getting scored right now with the biometric spoofing, but wow, okay, that's a really good play on transport. Yeah, going a little
really
low
good
on
play.
credits.
Yeah, Torn has dipped low on credits, but getting the FCOM and the Vitruvius scored, CI7 is very, very capable of scoring out a 5-3 with little, or it's very, very capable of scoring a 5-3 from hand at around this credit total. So I think one more clearance, you might even see this Vitruvius kind of getting used to just find a clearance. We saw, what was it, three business as usual and 1 shipment from Kaguya get used. So yeah, definitely still a lot more gas. You also have stuff like shipment from Sansan as well to help you. So, and with an FCOM scored, like scoring this 5-3 is trivial. So we could see Ren win possibly next turn, possibly more likely the next turn after if the draws go their way.
Yeah, wage worker quite important if it sticks. I think Ren is on like in a situation where if the wage worker sticks, a single shipment from Sansan scores a 5-3 from hand, which is massive. Without the wage worker, you would need another click. But the deck is capable of finding a biotic labor or maybe a second copy of shipment from Sansan. Just get that out. So yeah, Ren is in a really good position to just score out the next 5-3. Sooner if Toron cannot find the right piece. Although with double world read going off, I don't think Toron is going to have a hard time getting down a clot or a way to install it instantly, an instant speed rather, and just kind of force Ren to either build a server or generate enough ways to purge viruses to fight the clot fight.
Yeah, so this is so yeah, Toron grabbing a copulation, not a bad hit. It's you're never really using it for a legwork in this matchup. It doesn't really do a ton, but you're happy to just use it to try and snipe, or maybe just go for the copulation to cup the, maybe you want to just
wage
cup the
worker.
wage workers. Yeah,
that's an interesting one. You still have money on the misbones, and you kind of want to get as low as possible with that one before you sell it to the World Tree. But it makes sense to make sure the wage worker doesn't come back at all, and you can just use the misbones on the next thing that Ren's installs.
So no, there is SMC. So you do have Summel Chip for Clot, or you do have SMC for Clot, and you have Sacrificial Construct to prevent a purge. But again, it is very, very doable for CI to combo through these tech. They do have the tools to combo through these different lines. It's just a matter of if Ren is able to kind of assemble that board state to combo through multiple pieces of tech.
Yeah, just using the FCOM to get 3 clicks is enough to purge in the corpse turn and then score out. Although you would need a lot of pieces to get the 5-3 to a scoreable stat line before you without actually using the FCOM triggers.
Yeah, I think ideally you're comboing with a Mavirus or two Mavirus or 2 CVS rather is enough to get through the Sacrificial Construct. I think the issue is more giving Tauron time to like drop this flame out, which turns into a symbol chip, and then it gets a little bit trickier, or even just finding a second Sacrificial Construct. But yeah, we're going to see Tauron again woo out another program, which will get sold to the tree.
Yeah, more than likely that Charizard is going to turn into something. I don't expect it to stick on the board, obviously, because it was installed with Carbonizawu. Just finding Hyperdriver that makes sense. Getting those necessary clicks to keep up with the pace that CI is playing, and then putting down a Beth. Really, really good card against CI because it's usually going to net you that additional click almost every turn, basically, since CI really wants to stay very high on credits count on the credit count.
We see all Spin Doctors in the bin. So no recursion of it. I'm really curious to see what Ren is playing points wise because I think the CI7 deck still plays Jackson as its kind of recursion tool.
I think we've seen I think you've seen a copy of Scarcity of Resources in the bin, which would be quite an expensive purchase point wise for the CI.
That makes sense. Okay. So that's probably where Ren has decided to spend their points for this CI deck.
That makes sense, yeah. And obviously, between Corporate Hospitality and Archive Memories, or even the Retrievers counter, Ren has access to those Spin Doctors at any time if necessary.
Yeah.
Once again, Turon showing off all the lines that this Walltree deck has. Installing the single Slab Vandal, getting through an ice, forcing the corp to res it, and then sell it right away so that the ice is no longer something interesting for the runner is one of those beautiful plays that this deck can kind of show off the peak of Shaper kind of tricks and tools to kind of run laps around the corp.
Yeah, I think we've seen it a couple of times, the games that the Walltree decks have been able to pull out where, you've got 3 or 4 different demons hosting, 12 MUs worth of programs on them, and you have demons hosting daemons hosting daemons, which are hosting programs, and you have this giant rig full of tools that's really, really cool to kind of watch the Walltree decks navigate. We find Torrance managed to find an FCOM off of R&D, which is great. It's a great hit. Finding the corporate hospital, finding an Iqua project.
That's a big one. That puts him on game point, and whoa, that's
game.
Yeah.
Just like that. I don't
Massive.
think, looking at the end there, like there was very few cards left in Ren's deck there. I think it was single digits left. So going for the conduit play there, you were likely to pick up those last couple points. But great call from Tauron. Some just unlucky hits there. It looks like losing 7 points in one turn.
Yeah, tough situation for Ren to kind of fight off that clot. I don't think Tauron had that massive roadblock down, but you need the right pieces on Ren's sides to deal with it, and so that's not easy to muster every time, and Tauron kind of finding the right opening to steal the agendas, pushing against that R&D right away. So this puts Tauron on 33 points, and currently in the lead, 2 games ahead of Augustus and Jai, I think. And possibly ahead of OF as well.
So what this does now is, I think, depending on what happens with OF 15-15, it does mean that I think Silent Arbiter, who did go into this week in contention for the league title, still is now out. So I think now we are limiting the kind of the numbers of possibilities as to who can win. But the thing about off 15-15 here is, if off 15-15 can sweep this game, it'll come down to tiebreakers. But their tiebreakers, I think, have been consistently strong because of the huge run that they went on at the start of the league. So if they can sweep here, in fact, if they can pick up, I think, 2 wins over this week and next week, I think that would put them on a really good position, I think, on tiebreakers. So, yeah, every game mattering for OF 15-15. We'll see what they can do here going into the final game of, or the final match of this week, and to see if they can put themselves in a great position to potentially win the league tonight.
Yeah. We could have a winner tonight, yes. If 15-15 wins both games here, I think their tiebreaker was a little bit higher than Toron. Yeah, but looking at the stream, it looks like the case. So there's a good chance that if OF wins both of these games, he might end up being on top of the standing. Although I think Jai and Augustus would still have the chance to catch up if OF loses both of his games next week.
We would need to see. It wouldn't be. Yeah, you're right. It wouldn't be a total lock. It would put him in very, very good standing.
Amazing at tiebreakers as well.
Yeah.
So let's talk about our first game here. We have Larea playing her version of Wizard that I think we've seen throughout the whole event. Once again, fairly regular Wizard, returning Respiricides to kind of deal with the CI kill lines, and then your usual points spent on Rumor Mill, Calm Vengeance 0, and Blue Moose, usually either that or Umakua, to kind of disrupt the corp. So something that we've seen from other players this phase and the past phase as well.
Yeah, and then on the other side, we're seeing this Thule deck, which we got to see a little bit last week. Unfortunately, ran into Hivemind Max, which I think is probably the worst possible matchup.
Yeah.
For Thule, but yeah, really interested to see what Up 15 is. It's such an interesting pick to bring to the league, and I'm very, very interested to see can they pull back a win for Thule in Eternal. Just really creative deck building on display again from Up 15-15.
At the end of the game, the Thule is quite interesting. It's similar to what Silent is playing on the ETF side, although it's putting more pressure on the runner to kind of check the agendas before last click, so taxing them on clicks rather than having that those few credits here and there kind of drip in. And we've seen Advanced Assembly being amazing for Silent to get consistent credits off of the ETF. And we'll see if OF can find those economical power plays with these. Oh my god!
This is going to be 10 credits off this Estelle and 5 cards. This is a pretty wild turn one. Now, Up 15-15 does need, does need to pop the Estelle before Larea gets to take a click. And as you can see, slam down this Rumor Mill, click 1, turn 1.
15-15 managing to install 5 different cards and then still have a full grip of cards going into their turn 2. And we see Larea putting down her first Calm Vengeance and probably looking to disrupt the core plays that way. OF raising, the Lakshmi, and then the Worm Reception, and then following up with a Clone Suffrage movement. So everything apart from the first 2 assets is not unique, so gets to play through Rumor Mill, and we'll see the whole engine kind of shine together as the Thule player gets to install more cards and then de-rest the Spin Doctor for a later day and keep on charging that Lakshmi that's going to protect the agendas in the near future.
Yeah, so this is God. Yeah, so this is just the total engine. It's yeah, obviously just looking to the timing is probably just a little bit awkward. Look, all of this chat log here. This is just started turn triggers. Yeah, so off 15 just looking to, I think forgetting that Spin Doctor is currently blanked by the rumor mill.
Yeah. So you don't get to draw as soon as you res it, but other than that, the rest of the engine is kind of making wonders. Also, I think L'Oreal lost the second copy of Rumor Mill from the damage that their Spearsite does. So I think she's unfortunately playing down one Rumor Mill, which is quite important in slowing down some of the more powerful assets on the board.
Yeah, if off 15 is able to or if off 15 has noticed this, they can kind of play a little bit more aggressive if they're able to get this current cleared, which is entirely possible if this is similar to the ETF deck, if they're playing stuff like Biotic Laborers, or if they have things like enhanced login protocol. Yeah, then this board state is going to get out of hand really, really quickly.
Yeah. Also, Lakshmi kind of tells me that this is a list that wants to score agendas, so we might just get rid of the current that way. But for now, Laria keeps on charging her Clan Vengeance, and then we'll see her use the Wizard's money to kind of deal with the more powerful assets first. Obviously, that Clones Refresh movement cannot stick on the board for longer than a turn. It will generate way too much value for Thule otherwise. I think reading the Lakshmi, kind of trying to think on how to deal with Lakshmi, a card that has an effect that sticks on the board even after you trash it. So it's something that even if you go and contest it right away, the card can just show you a bunch of agendas and then let you trash it, paying some of your credits, and just know that the agendas are safe for that turn at least. Obviously, you show something that you might not want to show in HQ, but if you're going to score an agenda off the table, you don't mind trading 1 for 1 and then using the powerful score effect, especially if you're using team sponsorship to kind of power that up as well.
Laura mentioning that, yeah, all these assets not great for the camera, as they say, but
yeah.
But yeah, we're just seeing like this board is again really getting out of hand. All 15/15 needs to do, and I'm presuming by icing up the Lakshmi that one of these face downs is an agenda. That all 15 is happy to just stick on the board naked, knowing that there's a backup in HQ.
Laura kind of trying her best to deal with as many of these assets at a time, charging up against the Spin Doctor. We've seen OF res earlier, then getting some money and trashing it for free thanks to Wizard. I think making sure that Spin Doctor it doesn't do anything with that Rumor Mill has slowed down the corp a little bit, and we see a cybernetic cord, probably making sure that the corp can keep as many agendas in hand and then have the whole Lakshmi setup ready to protect anything on the board.
Yeah, the cybernetics court plus Lakshmi, and also things like successful field test, is pretty huge for being able to just like stockpile these agendas. It just plays into what your deck wants to do, just really, really nicely. And then yeah, this is the obvious kind of warm reception synergy where it's just another zero cost asset that you're happy to just keep flipping to get your warm reception value.
Yeah, slowly but surely, Rhea had her Clan Vengeance hit all the way to 4 tokens, so she's in a position where she can trash the whole of HQ, and once again put OF in a situation where he has to spend or reveal the agendas with Lakshmi before the runner kind of blows up HQ. So once again, we're in a situation where I think the runner usually holds most of the cards, but it is a situation where the corp can get ahead, at least kind of try and trade one agenda for the other.
And yeah, so Lorraine here indicating that she has an action after the mandatory draw, probably just wants to fire off this Clan Vengeance now, get some disruption going.
Yeah.
Just to try and slow down the board state that 1515 is putting forward, which in the face of a rumor mill, once this rumor mill is cleared, this board state is going to become incredibly scary. There's 6 unresed assets on the field or on the board. There's a Lakshmi that's been ticking over.
Yeah, some of those have to be Jeeves or more copies of Wage Workers, probably Estelle Moon. OF has access to a lot of different assets that could be rezzed at any moment, and just scoring an agenda and clearing the current and probably triggering one or more team sponsorship is going to be the key to unlocking all this power.
Valoria, similar to Augustus earlier on, just getting the Desperado, getting the Rizekis down, just building up enough sort of money that she can slowly start to deal with the pieces that need to be dealt with. Again, Cybernetics Court, hey, so you're just checking that this is not something that needs to be dealt with right now. But certainly things like Warm Receptions, Warm Reception, Lakshmi, team sponsorship, these are the things you want to deal with. And even Estelle Moon, as Lorraine is, just getting rid of it now. Not saying that even when 15 inevitably manages to clear the rumor mill, that's not something you want them to just be able to res and start getting value from straight away. If you can get rid of them now, I think it's just a great way to spend your wizard credits and deal with a problem.
Yeah, looks like OF double advancing a card, probably finally finding the additional copy in hand to protect it with Lakshmi. And Loretta doesn't have any breaker on the board, but I think there's at least a few in the bin. So with some amount of money, she could try and contest it, but I think the Lakshmi is going to stop her from, or at least prevent her from actually stealing that agenda.
I think you still want to go and, although yeah, the Lakshmi is just gonna. I think you run service 6. Yeah, Lorraine is pointing it, realizing it. You want to run service 6 here. Also, this Lakshmi is doing so much work, or will eventually be doing so much work for 1515 that I think you do want to pressure it as much as you can. Even if
also get as much information as you can. Just kind of make sure that if the corp has to reveal something, they do as soon as possible, so you can just kind of play around the agendas that OF is holding in hand.
Now, the only kind of worry that you have is if there's a team sponsorship on the board. I don't know if we know all of the unresed assets. We know some of them, I know. But if there's a team sponsorship on the board, all 1515 is likely happy to just sort of reveal any agendas to Lakshmi and then let it die and then just get it back with the team sponsorship when they score this agenda in server 8.
Yeah, charging it again, just rezzing most, if not all, of the board and putting it back to a point where you can protect even a 3-pointer fairly easily. Though not rezzing it, that kind of tells me that OF needs the money to score the agenda, but it's also kind of opening the door for Larea to contest it next turn. She doesn't have to spend much outside of the Wizards credits. Oh, and I think we're seeing the same thing that we saw on game 1 or 2, where Lakshmi is bagged currently, and so the players have to kind of agree on what's going to happen by hand.
Oh yeah, the Lakshmi bug, yeah, which we saw.
Silent and Augustus ended up encountering earlier.
So yeah, players just working through a little fix for the bug here. And yeah, Lorraine bringing up that not being able to reveal, it is just trusting your opponent to not be cheating. But all of our players, they've been playing for 2 months now at this point. I think people are very, very happy to just trust that the correct card is being revealed.
OF revealing a successful field test, so that tells me that's what he has in server 8 as well. So that could be a really big score for OF next turn.
And yeah, Lorraine is just double checking that was all of the Lakshmi activations we were going to see. So yeah, so this almost likely. So yeah, this server 8 almost certainly the successful field test. My apologies. And I think as well, I've just realized off 15-15 will be able to score this with a click remaining. I don't know what they'll be able to do with just 2 credits.
Yeah, that's not a lot. You're right. I know Silent kind of plays off of the advanced symbol lines coming back and forth and kind of generating money that way. The Tule one kind of playing a little bit lower to the ground in terms of money, and forcing the runner to spend clicks and credits to steal agendas instead. So we'll have to see if OF kind of just gets all the value from resing a Estelle Moon that we didn't see, or if there's more to the puzzle here. And as Laria kind of accesses a Rashida Jahim and trashes it right away, making sure that even when the rumor goes away, there's nothing fishy going on.
So yeah, we're going to see almost certainly the successful field test get scored here. And probably the Estelle res as well to kind of combo off with it. Again, I think JNet rules the rumor mill current clearing interaction, I think, a little bit different than what is intended. But either way, getting this rumor mill scored when you know there's another one in archives or in the heap, is really big. And having a click spare, even just to get something installed, is going to be pretty huge for off 15-15 to kind of rebuild and get back into the tempo of the game.
Yeah, making sure Larea needs several clicks to kind of fight through that board is going to be important. Although between the 3 credits that Wizard generates and the Blue Moves and 2 Rezekis, Larea is kind of swimming in credits to deal with all these assets. She's basically only missing the clicks to trash everything. But with OF on very low credit count, I don't think she's worried about getting out-tempoed, even with a successful field test score.
Yeah, this is I think, as you say, all Lorraine really needs ideally would be something like a Hannah that she could just use to check everything and clear everything on the board. But in terms of money, yeah, like she strips for 4 credits a turn without doing anything. And then again, similar to with Augustus, she likely picks up another 4 credits just by playing the game through 0 and Desperado money from dealing with the board. So yeah, it's going to be tough for Op 15-15 to break out. But this successful field test could be the catalyst, and we're seeing a team sponsorship res. So again, not a ton to be doing. It's an FCOM.
Oh.
Not an SFT. Okay.
Well, that's different from what I would expect from last turn. I think OF played into the fact that he kind of expected Larea not to run.
Yeah, so this just so Off-Field basically just kind of mind gamed here. It's kind of just like it's almost pen trickish. It's just sort of saying like, oh yeah, I'll name successful field test. And just hoping that Larea won't bother to waste a click checking. I did think we'd see the FCOM just get clicked 3 times to act as a functional SFT, but even just getting the hand size back up, being able to spin doctor some agendas.
My
So
brain
yeah,
took a
not a great
while.
turn for 15-15.
Yeah, my brain took a while to get through SFT as a acronym because I instantly went from Shipfront Tanin, which is clearly not what's going to happen here.
Our two brains are thinking very, very differently.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love Lorea's train of thought here, where she's just sort of saying like, "There's nothing got installed. That's interesting." Like, and then sort of saying, "Oh no, wait, you just got me. You played me."
Yeah. It took her a second to realize. I think if you don't look at the agenda and just assume it's a successful field test, that's 100% what I would have thought. Like if I weren't paying attention to the score area, I would instantly think that's the agenda that my opponent showed with Lakshmi last turn.
Yeah, you named it with Lakshmi. You just got to assume. So yeah, very, very nice little sort of mind game action from O15 there. Now they still have the issue of there's another clan vengeance. They still have the issue of just the amount of money that Larea is dripping, plus the wizard credits. Obviously, there's a Rashida going down. You're probably going to see. I think both of these are worth trashing. Yeah, the Cybernetics core is probably the most immediate problem. It's very unlikely the team sponsorship will get any immediate value. You can kind of let that sit for a while. And then next turn, Larea is probably just going to get the clan vengeance down and start just building up the counters again.
Yeah, Larea chose to trash the banker, if I'm not wrong, which is interesting. Is like that's a really good way to get through some of the eyes without having to pay, and also a really good way to get your clan vengeance up and running quickly. Although with the moshing and two really good cards, trash that with between the Strike Fund and the Steel Skin, that might make for a more explosive play rather than the banker you don't need. So that's definitely a interesting choice from the side.
Definitely, yeah, definitely.
Meanwhile, the corp on a dicey situation here. 2 credits is not a lot. More cards than you can hold in hand because you lost your cybernetic cord. And even with the wage worker coming down, I mean, I'm expecting here OF to use the FCOM right away. Yeah, kind of use it to get all 4 of those clicks between the wage worker and just clicks for credit. That's underwhelming, I think, at least.
Yeah, not a great efficiency committee there. Now, it is going to enable a Anastel turn, which in the absence of a rumor mill is really, really good. Of 15-15, if they have 3 installables, it's going to be 3 counters onto the Estelle plus a click from the wage workers, which is likely going to be another installable.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not great, certainly. It's not a great FCOM turn. There's a Friends in High Places. So this is, for all of the fact that it was a slightly underwhelming, maybe not the most powerful efficiency committee, it has enabled this play where all 15-15 has managed to go from 2 credits and basically nothing on board to 7 assets on the board.
I gotta eat my words that those 3 credits, while being kind of underwhelming, definitely opened up the board for something like this. Estelle on 4 counters, I think Wage Worker generated 3 different clicks last turn. 1 from FCOM, 1 from installing, and 1 from clicking for those 3 credits. So OF instantly in a position where Larea has a lot to check, and all the money she was swimming in is not gonna last forever if you have to check a lot of these assets right away. Like the cash that she built is going to get burned quite quickly.
And I think the lack of the Banghar not getting played, I think is gonna come back to bite slightly. I think if you had the Banghar, you'd be able to check this server 6 and server 8. I don't know if we saw what went into. Okay, so there's a Lakshmi in server 6. We see that from the chat log. I don't know what got into server 8.
I believe server 8 is unknown. I think we installed it before the friends, so we don't know what's
Okay.
there. And because of all the resing here, I am expecting that to be an agenda. Although the tour guide also makes sense.
Yeah, Turga makes sense here as well. And yeah, now we're seeing a position where Larea just doesn't have the clicks to interact here. You kind of need to deal with all of these assets on the board. Now we might see the Lakshmi get used.
Ooh,
And
that one you cannot save with Lakshmi, unfortunately.
You cannot.
No way to have one luminal in hand and one on the board at the same time.
Yeah, Larea
Yeah.
pointing out. And this is where we're seeing the Thule ability kind of come into play a little bit. Taxing those clicks. Again, the ETF ID is going to give you value on all of your installs, but I think sniping that luminal as well, that's a really, really good snipe from Larea being able to get that. But you're looking at this board of, what are we, 4, 8, 11, 16 credits to trash this board. And it's only going to get worse and worse for Larea from here.
Yeah. She can afford to trash one of these assets every turn, but probably not more than that between all the drip and the recurring credits on Wizard. And if OF keeps on piling up with more and more stuff on the board to trash, that's not going to be a sustainable kind of situation for Larea, who needs to find the points. Although finding that luminal is definitely a step in the right direction.
Definitely. She also has this moshing in hand. She has a moshing strike fund in hand, which is a click for 5 credits, which does deal with one of these assets. We see a shipment from Mirrormorph getting played. No Estelle on board, so it's not the most terrifying of shipments. But yeah, definitely, I think Larea needs to start thinking about how she's going to dismantle this board state and try and get things a little bit more under control.
Yeah.
Getting rid of the clan vengeance.
This to me looks like the kind of board where you have to pivot on a medium play sooner or later. So I think Larea can afford to kind of slow down, control the board, fight the Lakshmi as much as he can. Although that Turga is going to be putting a stop to that, or at least making sure she pays a lot of money for it.
Now, one thing that she can do here is that this Katorga Breakout gets back a rumor mill, so she can trash the Lakshmi with wizard money, get back the rumor mill, and that does slow things down a little bit. It deals with the Jeeves at least, which is good. And then it'll deal with potentially any spin doctors or Rashidas or anything like that. And yeah, we're seeing the Lakshmi just going to get used. SFT again.
That makes sense.
I have to imagine this time it's actually successful field test. I don't think you get away with that trick more than once.
Although I don't think Larea can afford to check server 9 anyway.
That's true.
So you might just be protecting the agenda you have in HQ and sit on another FCOM on the board right now.
So Ray getting back to moshing, I guess it kind of makes sense. Yeah, you kind of just want to get rid of some of the clunkers from your hand, get some money for it.
And just find the rumor mill that way.
I think you maybe deal with the. I think, yeah, okay. I think getting rid of either of these rezzed assets is good. I think I would have gone for the team spo just because um, it enables some really powerful like value turns from getting like your scores off of. But I think getting rid of the Gs makes sense. It basically forces Off15 to have the backup wage workers or Jeeves on board to score, if that is an agenda in server 8, to score it out.
Yeah, OF also only on 2 credits, so not enough to kind of naturally advance the agenda off the board. We'll see if there's a trick here and here or there to find necessary credits to get there, or if we're going just to rely on the power of Tour Guide to slow down the runner and make sure they don't steal the agenda that's on the board.
I kind of wonder if maybe these sort of moons decks, I wonder if they'd be well served for playing something like Seamless Launch, potentially as a way of scoring in the face of wage workers and stuff getting trashed, wage workers and Gs maybe not sticking. Or if you're forced to dip to low credit totals like this, that you can still score from sort of 2 or 3 credits, getting these valuable 4-2s.
That would definitely be a way to score these 4-2s without relying on Jeeves or Wage Worker, which are kind of susceptible to the rumor mill. However, I think you also really want to have a high density of installable cards, so you can just keep on dumping your hand on the board every turn, kind of spamming all these assets down. And Seamless Launch kind of gets in the way of that a little bit, as I think most of the operations we've seen between Shipment from Miramorph and Friends in High Places are just more ways to install cards.
All-15 trying to sneak through an agenda here in server 21. We're going to see the Lakshmi get used. And there's the successful field test. So at least Loraya knows now this time it is not
an FCOM.
It is not the FCOM, no. I kind of wonder, I do like going after the wage workers here. I kind of wonder if now is the point where with the low credit totals you start to look at going through the tour guide. I guess tour guide isn't too bad now. It's 3 credits to get through them Ultra, and you can more than likely trash whatever is sitting here in server 8. It could be another SFT. Team sponsorship show, that's a great hit. Being able to clear out another one of them. If you can get rid of the one in server 10 as well, I think it's the sports tip that was looking very, very unmanageable not too long ago is now looking much more under control for Loraya.
Yeah, although Loraya dropping down to 2 credits not a lot, I think both players being low on credits kind of favors the ever dripping runner who has 20 more cards in the heap, and all the money that Roseki's making is just kind of keeping the economy afloat and slowly chipping down at the massive board that the Tula kind of showed up with earlier.
Yeah, I think at this point now, Loraya is just happy to just start checking remotes, forcing All-15 to kind of spend money that they don't have.
Yeah, or even just
pivoting to Central, I think is a good shout here as well.
That makes sense. We know that Server 21 is the agenda, and we know there's another SFT in hand, or maybe we don't know, but there's a really good chance there is. And there it is. We got all the way up to 6, and if we cannot res a threatening enough ice that ends the run, I think that spells the end of the game for OF here.
I don't know what can be resed here. I guess, okay, yeah, I was going to say, if this is a 0 cost, it keeps, it stops Loraya from winning for 1 turn.
How come? Oh yeah, because of the Lakshmi.
Because of Lakshmi, yeah. So it keeps Loraya from, it buys Off-15 exactly 1 more turn. But
although OF would need the other SFT in hand.
Yeah, Lorraine's saying, are you promising this is the 3rd SFT in HQ?
Wow. Okay. So OF showing up the third copy of successful field test. So we know exactly where all of those are, and without anything to install and res and sitting down on 4 credits, this is going to be a tough situation. At least silver lining for OF is that the Rashida gets them away from the 0 credits and kind of hides the agenda in hand as well, and a few more cards.
Mm-hmm. Players just figuring out what is what is the best way of just confirming, seeing as there's only one card in HQ. I think 015 made the point that Lorraine can just take a click and check for free. Oh, there we go. Show hand. So yeah, so the last SFT is in hand.
No, we stole the agenda we're not supposed to steal.
We're not. Yeah.
Yeah. Running back.
Yeah. So this is. I think the players are just slightly going through the motions a little bit. It's hard to see exactly what 1515 can do here. I mean, this Rashida fire could be pretty significant if they can keep up with the Lakshmi and just stop Lorraine from being able to actually steal it. It's something, but you're also going to get to a point where there's going to be something like 15 cards left in R&D. And yeah, getting rid of the team spot here makes sense. Just use these wizard credits, keep the board clear, and cut off as many options as possible for 015.
I mean, the only situation where I don't see 1515 losing next turn is the situation where he installs 2 cards that he can res, and that would keep the SFT on the board. But then he will also need to find enough credits to score the SFT in the next couple of clicks. So that's a really tough situation. And with all the assets we've seen already gone, and the fact that we're only sitting on a single asset, that's making only a single subroutine on tour guide. This is definitely looking at a tough situation to play from. That helps.
Oh, Friends in High Places is a great way of getting back into it. Yeah, just being able to pull back anything. Again, you don't have stuff like, advanced assembly lines, things like that, to get that kind of slight little burst of money up. And you don't have an Estelle ticking either. The other thing as well is, obviously L15 doesn't know this, but Lorrea has a rumor mill in hand, which I think cuts off most of the lines that L15 will have access to. You have this Rashida sitting in server 8. You see the G's on board. There's another rumor mill target. There's 2 rumor mill targets on board, including a free to res, which would be great for Lakshmi. So I think if Lorraine just slams the rumor mill down here, I think she's able to just deal with anything that's left on the board that isn't hit by rumor mill and just wait for a window.
Yeah, shutting down anything that can gain OF some money here probably means that he's only playing to delay the inevitable of Lorrea stealing that agenda. And while he might be able to keep the SFT away from the runner's career this turn, I don't think that one's getting scored anytime soon.
So we see Mumba Temple. So Mumba Temple is going to get so Mumba Temple will get the Jeeves res. There's Rashida as well to again get Lakshmi up. I kind of think as well Lorraine might just want to deal with this Lakshmi because it completely cuts off. I think, if you're Lorraine, I think for me, I think it was me in the seat. I think slamming down the rumor mill, trashing the Lakshmi, and maybe rumor mill, trash the Lakshmi, and I think that's basically because we know there's a Rashida in server 8, and we know that the Jeeves as well will also be hit by rumor mill.
Yeah. But a good tool to get that SFT off the board if OF had the money to, but currently quite dead in his hand. forcing the Lakshmi use before having to actually contest the agenda, and then using the money that she has extra to trash the Jeeves. Making sure that the corp runner cannot have anything on the board that could be useful. And
There's
finding the
FCON.
FCOM from top of the R&D.
Very, very well played by both players. Very, very well played by L15, who, again, we've seen these kind of ETF these HB Moons decks get played into rumor mill strategies, and they've just been able to deal with the rumor mills surprisingly well. Lakshmi just kind of pulling its weight in both games we've seen. But unfortunately, yeah, just the might of double Rozeki, Desperados, Blue Mooses, Wizards. It's just so hard for these decks to keep up with the economic pressure that these Anarch decks are able to put forward.
Yeah. The runner spent 103 credits. So that's a stat line for sure. I think using at least Wizard at least 10 times this game, and then just generating so much money to be used throughout the whole game.
Wild. GG to Lorraine, GG to both players. We do have one more game left for this week. Again, all 15-15 in a great position to still win the league after taking a couple of losses. If they can win this game, they will go up to 30 points, which puts them in a great position where basically any victory next week, depending on tiebreakers, will give them the league title. But again, this is not a must win, but a very, very nice to have to catch up to Toron and make that gap a little bit smaller, make their work next week a lot easier.
Yeah. For this week's matchup, we have OF playing his Max. I think we've seen Cipher into Chisel and then Parasite to kind of deal with the eyes, using that Lucky Charm to get through eyes, and then probably trying to slow down the corp with Rumor Mill and winning through a medium play later on. On the other side, Laria is piloting her CI similar to what Torn is bringing. I think she's still playing the Project Veteran instead of the GFIs, but the same kind of scoreline of using double big deal to score a Vanity Project into a 3-pointer later on for the clean 7.
Yeah. Yeah, so very interesting to see. I don't know how much this CI deck cares about ice, so it'll be interesting to see what this kind of like Cipher style Max deck does. So yeah, interesting little matchup here. I don't know, is all 15-15 playing, what kind of central pressure they're playing? Is it just stuff like medium, or are they playing things like a Keyhole or Stargate package?
I can't remember exactly. We might have seen a Keyhole last week. I'm blanking on what OF was bringing, and I think we'll see it in a couple of minutes here, as the players are kind of deciding on the mulligans. Interesting. I don't think I've seen many players close out the central kind of pop-up window before deciding on the mulligans. It's something I've just noticed that OF is doing, which is particular.
Slightly cursed.
A little bit, yes.
Yeah, we saw them take a mulligan there. Yeah, a little bit of a clunky hand by the looks of things there. This hand, again, not great economically, but like when you consider what Cipher is able to do, the effect it's able to provide, and what, you have things like Chisel and stuff. Really, it makes up for the fact that it maybe costs 5, but it's able to generate, similar to something like the Endurance did in Standard. Costs a lot, but it's able to provide you with a ton of value. A little bit of back and forth between the players in chat about the VOD.
Also important to notice, I think Max does a very good job at saving kind of slow hands. The power of that additional draw every turn is cannot be understated, honestly. And in a hand where you would kind of want some card draw and economy on turn 1, I think Max can kind of coast with a little bit of money, that the crowdfunding, and then the option to put down Cipher into Chisel and kind of start aggressively attacking the corp with that.
See the corporate hospitality again, this kind of like pseudo clearance. Come down, Max getting rid of a same old thing and a Katorga breakout, but drawing into a Devil Charm. Not hugely important when you have Cipher, but I think you would have preferred one of those two recursion tools. The other thing as well that All15 has in hand is the crowdfunding, which when you have all these sort of ice destruction tools is just really, really useful to have. And yeah, it looks like we're just going to check HQ. This could be a Crisium.
It is.
So this Crisium is going to be useful once the crowdfunding start to kind of materialize a little bit. Going to be very hard for All15 to kind of actually deal with them. Being able to a seamless, interesting.
Something I wasn't expecting. Definitely, it doesn't fit the scoring pattern I was expecting from this CI. So maybe there's a world where you don't feel safe pushing against maybe a clot lock set up by a World Tree Woo or a shaper of a similar build. So you can end up building an actual remote using all the big eyes that we've seen Thoron use, and then kind of never advance the 5-3 using the seamless. OF kind of slowly building up, making sure that the rumor mill is in play to kind of slow down any possible combo lines that Area is here to play. Still only holding on to the second copy of Cipher, which doesn't need to hit the board right away as we don't have any eyes, but we'll definitely need to see play sooner or later. And we see the Spin Doctor not doing anything, having to face off against the Rum Mill.
It's very easy to forget. I have often forgotten as well. There is no Rumor Mill is just very good.
Yeah.
I saw the chat mention the Rumor Mill is mentioned, and yes, Rumor Mill is mentioned a lot. It is
quite a card.
It's quite a card. Yeah, it is quite a card.
We see a lot of tools on OF sides to do with eyes, which I don't think is the matchup that where they will shine the best. Although I wonder if, given the Cipher is in the list, I don't expect to see OF show up with a Clump Vengeance. So this is definitely going to be a tough situation to play against. I think this kind of fast advanced CI is quite powerful when you don't have anything to disrupt them, and definitely doesn't look like the best matchup for OF in this scenario. Core player taking her turn. I think we saw Larea pick up something earlier, and we see another YDL hit the board.
YDL earlier, so picking it back up again.
Casually clicking for 9 credits.
Just very casual. If you think YDL is good in standard with things like re-education and whatnot, it's very good in Eternal when you have access to CI. We're seeing OL15 just challenging this central challenging R&D. There is the clone chipping board, so we can get the chisel back, which is obviously the crux of the combo here is chisel into Cipher, which will blow up the ice. And Larea probably not really wanting to just res a potentially big piece of ice that will just end up getting chiseled away.
Yeah, the two hardware hitting the board, kind of making sure that Laria is disincentivized to res any kind of hardware or ice, sorry, for a while until she can put two in front of each other and making sure that the runner has the kind of respect at least one of them. And for now, doesn't look like the strategy that CI wants to go through.
Well, Ray is having I think just a look around to see what she's looking for. Obviously, the biotic. I believe this is the biotic big deal version of CI. I think she's playing the same deck as Tauron. So yeah,
Archetype wise, at least, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think she mentioned in chat earlier in the stream chat that she asked Tauron from the list while she was testing for phase 2, and is playing that kind of big deal vanity project package. There must be something in hand. I think if there was no combo line in hand, I don't think she'd be taking this time. I think she'd be just snapping off clearances or archive memories for other clearances, seeing any miracle plot.
Looks like it's not in the cards. And Rhea scores out her first agenda, a project veteran, this time around with the first big deal.
We're seeing up 15 pull into a crew, which is basically just another playset of parasites, parasites and chisels. And yeah, it's just further disincentivization to actually res this ice. It's once this kind of gets up and running, it's really hard to find a point where you actually want to res any ice, because unless you're able to you're something like Mati, which is able to just flood the board with ice, you don't really want to spend whatever credits it is to just have it get crewed and ciphered. Yeah, really tough kind of position to put the corp here with this kind of cipher ice destruction combo.
Yeah, medium also finding as many cards as the runner can, ideally getting to the agendas before the corp does. The biotic on top of the deck is not exactly what OF wants to see. That's one of the three pieces that Loria needs to score out the last agenda. And although she's a few credits short from doing that, knowing that one of the pieces is already in hand is definitely not the best. Although it's the one that OF has the least chance of interacting with, so maybe it doesn't impact him too much.
Yeah, I think it's 17. No, 19 credits to win here is what Lorraine needs. It's 17 for the big deal. You need advance for the vanity project.
And then you also need the biotic, I think.
And the biotic. So that's 17, 18, 19. So 23. So 10 credits short. We know she has the biotic now in hand. And you have to assume that once she's able to get up to that 23 credit threshold through a few clearances, she will have found the vanity project and the big deal by then. And there's a corporate hospitality. So corporate hospitality can just get back the big deal or get back a clearance, get back your digital life. So now credits are most certainly not going to be an issue for Lorraine. Now it's just a matter of finding the combo pieces.
Yeah, and between all the recursion, I think even crashing the big deal, if OF finds it on R&D, is not going to be enough to stop Alorea on the long term, at least. You might even consider just not crashing it because it's better hidden maybe a few cards down R&D than actually putting it in archives and kind of tutoring it for the corp. And I think here OF has a single play, which is just kind of hammer down R&D, make sure you find the agendas and hope that Laria doesn't have the winning agenda in hand already.
Obviously, just hitting HQ, finding the Vacheron on a pretty great access, and yeah, I think just forcing the issue here with the virus suite and not letting Larea get a timely medium purge. This is a great start for O15 to try and kind of like get back, not quite get back into the game. I wouldn't say that they're behind at all, but certainly get some footing and start to put a little bit more pressure onto Larea, who is just kind of looking for combo pieces right now.
Lara really close to the credits she needs to score out the Vanity Project, which means she's very disincentivized to actually res that piece of ice, even though it would be the one way to stop OF from maybe running away with the game if he finds enough points. That would put her much further away from actually being able to close the game, and she's kind of evaluating right now in her head whether the wider window of exposure but for a slower runner is better for her, or if just playing the dice game of letting the OF kind of access R&D is better. And she ends up deciding to res the MIC, probably looking forward to install a new piece of Western R&D next turn and challenge the options that OF has and the C4 engine to kind of get through ice.
Yeah, I think at some point you can make this decision where you're just going to say, I'm just going to wear you through all of your ice destruction tools.
Oh.
Going for the double medium, I love it. Just really saying, I need to win as fast as possible.
If Lara has a piece of ice to input on R&D, this is the scary situation to be in for F here, because we're out of ways to break ice, to trash ice using the cipher. Although I'm sure between the same old thing and the Katorga breakout, I think that's sitting in the heap, that there is a way to get to the next piece quite quickly.
Oh yeah, I think for sure. Like, there's definitely ways of getting through. I do think, I kind of wonder if you maybe leave that clone ship just for the parasite. Although that is a parasite now. Unfortunately, it's not. It's not chiseled. The ice does need to be res, so Op15 is going to need to just kind of force the issue and just hope that whatever this face check is, it's not something brutal like, I think Fairchild 3 would be the worst res here. Drafter's not great, but it's also not terrible either. You're not too unhappy about a drafter.
You're not too unhappy, but that gets back a CVS and gets a YDL in HQ. So it's not a game-ending face check, but it resets all your mediums and more than pays for itself in the long term when Lorea gets to fire that YDL.
Yeah, so Lorea will get to fire the YDL on her turn. She'll also get to purge here with the CVS. There's a Mavirus, so we're going for the 6 CVS, 6 Mavirus, the 6 purge upgrade plan here. Really just does not want to get mediumed to death.
And with the big deal in hand, we know the game is getting to a close. I think if Lara has the Vanity Project in hand already, she could get there in a couple of turns at most. And I think OF here has to run the CVS.
Yeah, you need to force the issue here. You can't let Lorraine just sit on the CVS until it's good for her to just pop it at her leisure. You just need to say, I'm going to force you to do it now while my mediums are only on one counter each and not giving me a ton of accesses. I think, 15 just forgetting to hit the click on the upgrades. And players just doing a little bit of manual fixing. Yeah, Op15 trashing the CVS, which makes complete sense. Mediums getting purged, players just fixing that manually. We're probably
easier
seeing
to fix.
the strike phone.
Easier to fix the run on HQ this way rather than running back. Obviously, very high chance that OF finds a different card.
Yes, you don't want the information to be gained. And this upgrade going on, you don't want this to be really anything. A Crisium is bad. A CVS is also bad. A CVS would be the worst. You just get it over and done with. A Crisium, though, this is brutal here for Up15. You're not getting your crowdfunding trigger. and you're not able to trash the Crisium here. Yeah,
Having to play for a credit and running it back. You have to do this, otherwise you're not going to win this game. And the medium are just your way of getting through this. And if Larea puts one more ice on R&D, it's going to be OF kind of trying to get rid of that ice again all over.
The one saving grace that O15 does have is that Larea is a little low on credits. 23 is the magic number. We've seen YDL used a few times. I don't know how many are left in archives. I don't know what kind of burst econ Larea has access to left. There is obviously the vital appearance.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's still sitting on one YDL that she got back from the drafter.
Okay, so we have a YDL left in hand, so the credits shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, I think she just needs to find any piece of ice, stick it on R&D, and then fire off the YDL. I think O15 is doing a similar check just to see what got added back off the drafter fire.
Yeah, the other thing that's kind of good-ish for OF is that with the corp slowing down for and slow down the runner, the Vacheron project is already down to 2 credits, to 2 tokens. So finding a single Vanity project before the corp does might mean that the game ends abruptly before the corp has a chance to actually score out. And Larea here is counting on that as well. Like, she's calculating whether she needs to be on 23 right now so that she can score out the Vanity project next turn before the Vacheron and ticks down all the way to 0, or if she can just put down an ice on R&D and make sure that OF doesn't access R&D for a couple of turns again, and maybe she can find the points she needs to score out in a few more turns.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, it's tricky because I think as the corp, you do kind of want to still keep set. You'd love another clearance. You'd love like another ultraviolet clearance. I don't know if there's another one in hand, although I think there is. I think we saw one from an HQ run recently. Yeah, you'd love to be able to just so grabbing the archive memories here, getting the MIC back and sticking that on R&D, and now O15 is under a lot of pressure here. But that's a great hit. Finding that motion is actually huge. Same with getting the chisel down. So now O15 is able to resume digging through R&D and trying to find that vanity project before Larea can. And she's going to res it and pop it, force the click. Force the click spend. Don't give a window for O15 to use it, or to use the cipher combo. And we're just going to see back in, try and get as many X as possible. Vanity project here would force Larea to find a way of winning next turn through 18 credits.
Yeah, he doesn't have the money to score 4 points right away, or at least doesn't look like it. But a biotic into a YDL would do it, and wow, the CVS coming down, being very, very clutch here.
That's so rough, and not being able to trash it either because you've no money is just so frustrating.
Yeah, and the problem with OF situation here is that the crew is not enough to deal with one ice with the 2 credits that the daily cast will generate next turn. So if Larea has one more ice, she might be able to slow down the runner again and force OF to use that moshing and go down to very, very few clicks, very few accesses next turn as well. Although this keeps on chipping down at her credit total, which again she needs to buffer even more in order to score the 4 points she needs. This is the relentless grind of the two players on the single R&D accesses that I think slowly favors the runner unless Larea kind of finds a way to meaningfully put a stop to this.
This isn't a terrible position for O15. I think O15 is definitely slightly unfavored right now. But with the 2 from the daily casts plus the moshing, they can get the Arceus crew down. Now, I don't know what recursion is available to them. They have none in hand. They have the same old thing. I think I saw an Ashen epilogue. They do have some mass recursion, or maybe I saw a Levy as well. But either way, there's some kind of mass recursion available to them. But it's so slow and with so few credits right now that you're just having to spend every credit you get on dealing with the ice that's being presented for you with the parasites and the chisels and stuff, and then also having to trash these really really frustrating upgrades. I think there's we have 3 CVS, 3 Mavirus, and 3 Cruising Grids. So that's 9 upgrades that are all basically shutting down of 15's kind of win condition here.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know if Larea went all the way to 3x on all of them. I know for sure we saw at least all 3 copies of CVS and at least 1 Mavirus last game, and we definitely saw at least 2 Crimson Grids here. So there's definitely a lot of options. And with 1 more ice and 1 more YDL, I think Larea is poised to win next turn if she has all the pieces in hand, and has, I think, 6 credits of buffer to resonize and slow down the advance of the runner here.
So this Chisel's a great pickup. With no upgrade in R&D, this is, I think, the first turn in a while where Off15 has been able to get some pressure on, get multiple pressure or multiple clicks of pressure on R&D, and the Vacheron is ticked down all the way. So a vanity project off the top here will give Off15 the win. The much needed win at this point. To put themselves in a good position going into next week. We're going to see Sifra take care of it, so we're going to have a couple of accesses here. Just a drafter for now. This is going to be a Maker's Eye. We're going to see an extra. We're going to see 3 cards, I think.
By the looks of it, yeah. Ooh, another. I think there's less. Yes.
Oh,
that's rough.
I think that's 3 CVS.
I think that's all the CVS. Yeah, I think Larea managed to juggle 1 back from archives a couple of times between that and the Mavirus and the drafter helping out as well. But I think we're out of CVS, and we definitely gone through at least 1 Mavirus and 1 of the 2 Crisiums, with the other one being on HQ.
And the issue now is L15 is basically run out of breaking to. There's a crew left in hand. There is a same old thing, so being able to same old thing for a Katorga breakout to get back a crew or a chisel or something will be useful and will be good. Like, will give them another tool. But if Larea doesn't have the combo in hand right this second, she can just slap 2 pieces of ice onto R&D, and that's it. L15 can't deal with that right now.
I'm pretty confident there is at least 1 Levy in the bin. So that's one way that F would maybe have to prolong the game and find enough tools to break R&D again. But it needs he would then need to find all the pieces again, and that's not something that happens very quickly.
We also just don't have the money. Like a Levy will be 5 credits. So obviously we need to go same old thing, click for a credit, and then pop the same old thing for the Levy. So yeah, I think now Off15 just needs to. There's no more CVS, so there's no more CVS blowouts. This is 3 clicks. Deals with the drafter. We're going to see a bunch of cards here. I can't remember double medium math. Lorraine's going to pop the Spin Doctor here, get back 2. Get back, and
oh my god.
That's just
and the worst part is that you don't even have you don't have enough credits to trash it. CVS costs 1 to trash compared to Mavirus that costs 0, so that's terrible for F. He's never gonna get through that.
Potentially last click of the game, needs to find the Vandy project, rip it here. Larea going to deny the crowdfunding value, finds the seamless launch. Larea surely has. That's the 23 credits exactly that you need to go biotic, big deal out of Vanity Project. Does she have it? We're seeing an install advanced. That's surely
Yeah, and there it is, Biotic for the
There
second
it is,
advancement.
exactly. For the win. Larea sweeping of 15-15.
What a crazy game to end the night on. Amazing play on both part. Really, really well fought. OF finding every single access they can, and all the CVS coming in clutch for Alaria, just making sure that the medium does not go deep enough. Especially the last one on R&D, protecting the rest of the R&D from virus multi-access, and just with credit perfect math, scoring out the Vanity Project after Ref misses it from HQ, desperate run on HQ.
Absolutely wild. Well done to both players. Well done to Larea for picking up the sweep of 15-15. What a wild league run they've had, going 8-0 to open it up, and then in the space of 3 rounds they've picked up 1 win, going from 8-0 to 1-5. It's just completely opened up the league now, and if you're Toron, you're probably delighted with that result of that last match. Toron now sitting, we'll bring up the leaderboard now, I think very, very shortly. But yeah, that means Toron now sitting on 33 points with all 15-15, Augustus Caesar and Jai all sitting behind on 27. Those are our standings at the end of week 8.
If any of those 3 players manages to sweep, it'll come down to tiebreakers. And while Toron has a pretty good tiebreaker right now, winning gives you more points. So any of them could realistically manage to reach Toron and maybe surpass him with enough tiebreaker points. So I mean, I know Toron will kind of wait with bated breath on the results of the other players, but this is getting really, really close.
Yeah, hugely close here. The results tonight have basically just the benefit of our top 4 not playing into one another. Basically, now we haven't had any major swings. All 15. If you're all 15, you're a very, very good tiebreak. Again, going that run earlier on in the league, you have to think that if all 15 is able to sweep next week, they'll probably have enough tiebreaker points to get up above Toron and clear everybody else. Obviously, they're ahead of Jai and Augustus right now. But yeah, huge results have set us up for a pretty massive final week. It's kind of all paired up very, very nicely.
Yeah, if Koga, if you could bring up the matches from next week as well, please.
Yes.
You'll see. I think we'll have our opening game with Yzengrin playing Silent Arbiter, which is not necessarily important for the standings right now, but might end up changing some of the tiebreakers depending on who beat who in the past weeks. And then we have Larea and Have Fun doing kind of the same on table 2. But the 2 matches that are very important for the winner of the league outside of like tiebreaker standings are the OF 1515 playing against Ren, who's currently not having maybe the greatest phase right now. I think Ren is 1-3 or no, sorry, 0-2. So they had their bye week last week, and then unfortunately went 0-2 today. So OF maybe looking at an opponent that they might be able to get those 2 weeks to wins against. And then on table 3 we have Augustus Caesar playing against Jai. Just the 2 players kind of chasing the leader right now, and them playing against each other means that either of them could sweep and then they could end up getting closer and closer to the first spot. But if they both tie, none of them get the chance to challenge Thoron's spot right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of different permutations here, and I will call out as well that the game featuring Yzengrin and Silent, that although it doesn't have a ton of bearing on the upper end of the league, Yzengrin currently sitting in 7th, 6 points behind Larea. The Larea versus Haver of Fun and Yzengrin versus Silent Arbiter, those games are going to be important for determining who ends up getting out of that bottom 3. Which obviously for these players, they'll want to get out of that sort of bottom 3 spot and kind of get up into the mid tables as well for prizing. These players are playing for prizes. They're playing for there is something on the line here other than final standings. So yeah, hugely important matches across the table next week. you have your bottom 3 spots. You'll be determining who can finish in the middle. Silent Arbiter as well. Like Silent Arbiter could end up in as high as second place next week.
Yeah,
Which is
fighting for the podium.
good. Yeah, fighting for a
Definitely
podium.
makes sense.
So yeah, tons to watch next week. At the slightly earlier time of 6 p.m. UTC. We'll be making sure people are aware of that. But yeah, we'll be going an hour earlier next week. We should have, I think we'll be having Andre in the booth. I'll be coming back. Warlock, I think you were around as well. I think Andre will be running the stream. I think we're going to try and get a couple of other people on, seeing as it's our final week. Koga, massive thank you for staying up this late. I know it's, I think, 1 a.m. for both of you in Europe right now, so we'll keep this brief. But thank you both for hopping on. Thank you, Koga, for running the stream. Absolute pleasure. I hear, going off chat, you had great fun with the card lookup tool, so I look forward to watching that back tomorrow. Thank you, Orlac, for joining me in the booth and for running the league with me.
Been a pleasure.
Great. I'm really looking forward to seeing how it all pans out next week and seeing how who's crowned our champion, who will be the Eternal Super League champion. But yes, thank you to everybody who watched. Thank you for everybody who's watched over the last 2 months. Please, everyone, jump in next week, catch our final stream. Yeah, any closing words from either of you?
I'm just gonna say you won't want to miss next stream. Definitely something that you wanna see firsthand.
Yes, actually, that's a very good point. Yes, definitely tune in next stream. Definitely.
Shout out Daylight Time Savings for being here 1 a.m. after a 4-hour streams. You are troopers, people. Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass out. Yeah, thank you both for staying up so late. Thank you to Daylight Savings Times for this great timing. And thank you everybody for watching, especially if you're still watching at this hour. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. And we will see you all next week for our grand finale.
Bye for now.
Bye.
See ya.